I believe he's not here. Carly Fischero. Ms. Fischero, you're up.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of public education in the District of Columbia. My name is Carly Fischero, and I'm the Executive Director of Washington U Ying Public Charter School, a Tier 1 Chinese Immersion International Baccalaureate elementary school in Ward 5, currently serving 700 pre-K 3 to 5th grade students from all 8 wards. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for proposing a 2.74% increase to the UPSF, especially during these difficult times. Fully funding schools is more than a budget decision, it's a values statement, and her statement is clear. Thanks to the consistent increases to the charter school facilities allotment, this January, we opened a brand new early years campus, a beautiful, safe, and intentionally designed space for our youngest learners in grades pre-K 3 to kindergarten. It includes sunlit classrooms tailored for our children, a dedicated art and music space, an indoor gross motor playroom, and even a 2-story treehouse and a maker space in each of our classrooms. It was made possible because of the mayor and the council's commitment to equitable facilities funding for charter schools and the predictable increases we could count on. We're grateful for the proposed 3.1% increase for FY26, but we remain concerned, along with many of my colleagues, in the pause of these increases from FY27 to FY30, especially as DCPS is set to receive nearly $2 billion for modernization and new facility-related investments. We're also alarmed by the other proposed changes in the out years, which may include a pause on the allotment increases, keeping us flat, and a $49 million backfill exclusively for DCPS. This will put charters and the nearly 45,000 charter school students at a deep disadvantage. We appreciate your support in rectifying this inequity. Sustainable educator funding is also critical, and at U Ying, we've raised all staff salaries and retained 91% of our teachers for several years in a row, and we did this because of your investments. We're thankful for this funding and also, again, request that you pull this into the UPSFF base for the future. I want to talk about a couple of other innovative programs that are at U Ying, which your funding has supported. We have an on-site daycare built just for our staff, an investment made possible through the city's OSSI ECE funding, and we advocate for additional funding to go to the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund, of which we are on the wait list for. This program helps us transform the quality of life of our educators who are also parents, and we're now able to explore an expansion to serve U Ying families so they can enroll their 3-month to 3-year-old children at our school. And this kind of innovation is only possible because of your investment. We thank you for your time, for your investments here, and for other great programs like Food Prints, which I've talked more about in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe Josh Boots has arrived. Mr. Boots? I may keep moving and come back when he accepts. Kiana Lamons, I believe, is not here. Sean Boone Ruffin?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and a paid Ward 8 citywide PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent, soon to be Learn Charter, yes, a new school. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and an educator on the importance of equitable school funding and and the importance of school out of town programming. My youngest daughter will start first grade next year. She will be starting a new school for the third year in a row. Initially, my daughter attended Eagle Academy, which closed. Now she's at Hope Tolson, which is closing at the end of the school year. Next school year, she will be attending first grade at Learn Charter. As both of DC Public School and DC Charter School students, I have seen both the positive and the negative impact that access to stable schooling can have on a student. I'm thankful that DC has robust choices for me to find the best environment for my daughters. However, we must equitably fund our charter schools to help ensure that they are stable from year to year. Schools can close for a variety of reasons, but we don't want to have an unstable funding or governance to be one of them. We must support our educators, school staff, students, and families. Properly funding schools can provide the support needed to help a school get back on track. I urge the council to ensure that equitable funding is available not only this school year, but in the fiscal years to follow. Additionally, I'm here to urge the council to ensure that the one-time $3 million in funding that OST programs are receiving this school year is not zeroed out in the following fiscal year. We must make sure that OST is stable or increasing from year to year. Making sure that our kids have something to do that is relevant, helps them grow their skills, and keep them safe is essential. We must also continue to fund programs that are relevant for our high school students, such as the summer youth programs. Funding OST programs for high school students gives them something productive to do after school and can help set them up for their future after high school. I have seen the positive impacts that access to OST programs has had in my students' educational journey. My oldest daughter is passionate about engineering. I want to help cultivate this love and connect her with more opportunities to learn more about engineering. OST programs are a great way to do this for her and for all students. This is why I urge the council to ensure that the $3 million in one-time funding for OST this fiscal year does not disappear in future fiscal years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you for your continued partnership, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could submit that, please.
Okay, no problem.
Ty Andrews, is Ty Andrews here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Taisha Andrews. I'm a proud Ward 8 resident, the mother of two incredible children, Terrence Jr. TJ, who attends Plummer Elementary, and Amari, who is thriving at McKinley Technology High School. I serve as a parent leader with PAVE, as both citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member, the first vice president of McKinley Tech's PTO, and a parent LSAT member at Plummer Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to advocate for the importance of out-of-school time programs. I had to advocate for my son, Terrence Jr., to gain access to his previous program after he was unable. I'm sorry, I have a typo here that I just noticed. I had to advocate for my son, Terrence Jr., to gain access to his previous program due to the program losing their funding. I'm sorry, I should have reread this, and it's causing my time to run out. This is really not worded correctly. It was revealed last year around this in December that, well, actually November, that the program will be closed due to their grant being taken away. And my husband and I had to basically scramble to look for a new after-school program for him to attend due to that loss. He started a new program this year, but it forced him to build new relationships and to become acclimated to a new environment. And we also had to pay a fee for his new program, whereas his previous program was free. Out-of-school time programs offer safe havens where youth can explore their identities, receive mentorship, and access mental health resources. Yet these programs are often out of reach due to location costs and transportation gaps. For example, my son TJ wanted to play soccer but couldn't due to the lack of options nearby. And the Citygate program, where he was previously participating in, he was able to participate thanks to my advocacy because of OSSI's strict rules of pick up and drop off for school. He couldn't participate in the after school activity at school, so I had to advocate through OSSI for him to be dropped off at another location after school to participate in after school activities. I'm concerned about the one-time funding being zeroed out in the following years that will have a significant impact on access to OST programming. If we want our students to grow, thrive, and stay out of harm's way, DC must invest in protect OST programs, partner with the DME, OSSI, and DPR, and extend transportation services so no child is cut off from the opportunity or support. Out of school time programs can be life challenging for our students. We want our students to learn, grow, and explore. Out of school time programs are essential to this. We must ensure funding for out of school time programs to continue in out years by restoring the $3 million in one-time funding. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak, not just for my family, but for every family that deserves a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. I also don't have your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I'll make the revisions and submit that in a few. Thank you.
Great. Elizabeth Reddick, I think, is not here. Alyssa Gundaz.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Elisa Gundas. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a proud parent of a kindergartner and a soon-to-be pre-K-3 student at DC Bilingual in Ward 5. I'm also a Ward 4 parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and a member of DC Bilingual's board. During my time as a part of PAVE and a board member for DC Bilingual, I've learned a lot about schools and how they function. I've had the privilege of seeing my student and others grow and thrive at DC Bilingual. They are part of a school community that makes them feel cherished and excited about their learning each and every day. I have felt the warmth of the DC Bilingual community from the first time I set foot in the school through to today. As our dance teacher said at the spring dance recital yesterday, DC Bilingual is a family. Today, I am here to testify about the importance of equal pay for educators across DCPS and DC public charter schools. DC is lucky in that it offers a multitude of choices for both students and educators. My student has had excellent teachers in her time here at a public charter school. She loves them, and I can see the evidence of it. While I was a guest reader this week in the class, the students shared that they are avid super readers, echoing the words of their teachers who are cultivating their love of literacy. Last week, the teachers' dedication and students' excitement was on full display at the Feria de Ciencias. My daughter couldn't wait for us to see her project on force and motion. Hearing her answer questions about the class science project in Spanish was awe-inspiring. They had so much fun and had obviously learned so much. However, I worry about any charter school's ability to retain excellent teachers if salaries are higher in DCPS schools or public schools in the surrounding area. We want to make sure that the charter school pay is competitive. I was glad to see that in the FY26 budget, educator compensation is even across DCPS and public charter schools. I urge the council to maintain this funding and to continue to provide equal funding for educators in the following fiscal years. We want sustainable schools, both public and public charter. In order to do that, we have to make sure that they can plan for the future, which involves having a clear understanding of their funding and ensuring that it does not drastically decrease year to year. If DC is truly to be a space of having choice, then we must fund schools that way. I have seen the joy, love of learning, and inquisitiveness that have been fostered during my child's time at DC Public Charter School. While I know each school can continue to improve to better serve our students, I want all students to have a chance to find their best fit at any public or public charter school in DC. To do so, we must ensure equitable funding across sectors. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gundaz. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it.
Yes, I will do so.
Some folks have just joined. Josh Boots, we'll try him again.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Josh Boots, and I'm the Executive Director of Empower K-12. I testify today on the Education Office budgets before the committee, focusing on 3 critical considerations as we align funding to outcomes for priority student groups: math instructional supports, strategic data systems, and maintaining enrollment-aligned staffing levels at agencies that do not directly serve our students. OSSI must continue to play a pivotal role in accelerating math instructional excellence across our 2-sector system. From our 2024 analysis of DC's highest math growth schools, school leaders and math teachers cited OSSI's math teacher boot camps as transformative professional development. The intensive hands-on training sessions that helped teachers build their math instructional understanding and implement the standards for mathematical practice that support all students as thinkers and problem solvers. Boot camps included live in-person training from nationally recognized facilitators, along with follow-up asynchronous and virtual content. The educators and math instructional leaders that we talked to noted that the in-person facilitated sessions were especially beneficial and helped them build connections with other math educators. Second, we must fully fund the Education Through Employment Longitudinal Data System, housed in the DME's office. The ETE data system, which has already made substantial progress in the first year, will help us ultimately learn whether our pre-K-12 educational activities, high school alumni support, and post-secondary preparation programs deliver on the promise of economic mobility for all DC students. The mayor and the council have deeply invested in our pre-K-12 education system, increased access to higher education, and expanded workforce programs without the clear insight into whether those have had long-term employment impacts. The ETE data system will change that by tracking students from early childhood through their career, providing insights that will allow program providers, policymakers, and educators to see what works and what does not. Finally, I believe we must consider a fundamental principle that districts and schools have the most direct impact on accelerating student outcomes. When other education support agencies' size significantly exceeds the enrollment change over time for the sectors that they support, we must question why. There may be strategic reasons for staffing and budget levels that deviate from enrollment trends, and when that happens, we must assess the ultimate impact of that improvement on our sector and student outcomes. Multiple agencies included in today's hearing have seen budgets and staffing levels grow at rates higher than our districts and schools over the last decade. City government should exercise the flexibility it has to redirect those resources to students, for students where those investments and overhead and support activities lack the evidence that they contribute to gains on the ground. DC has made remarkable progress in education over the past decade. I urge the council to continue prioritizing evidence-based investments that help every DC student reach their full potential. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. So Maya Martin Cottigan.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, and the parent of a seventh-generation Washingtonian. I'm excited to testify today alongside PAVE parent leaders, a collective of mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and other caregivers who share their stories, dig deeply into understanding education policy, and aim to partner with leaders across the district to improve the educational experience of all children in DC. We are grateful to the mayor for her commitment to and investments in education, especially in an extremely difficult budget year. In particular, we're glad that there was a 2.7% increase to the UPSFF. We're glad that there was investments in the Safe Passage program and DC School Connect. We're glad that the Education Through Employment Pathways database under the DME was protected. We're glad that we are able to provide students with safe and productive spaces to go outside of school with the DME's funding for the OST office. We're glad that there were equitable raises in both sectors for our educators, and we're glad to see continuing investments in academic supports for kids and high-impact tutoring. This budget helps us sustain the work we've done as a city that should be a state to create a whole child system that makes students feel safe, helps them fall in love with learning, and prepares them to be the leaders of tomorrow. We hope the council protects these investments in the coming weeks as you vote to finalize the budget. Our primary concern right now lies with the cuts to education in future fiscal years, especially the UPSFF and public charter schools facility allotment. Still, we understand our fiscal reality means we have to make hard choices. It is critical to acknowledge the challenge that the uncertainty of the future creates for schools, and at the same time, make sure that we are ensuring that organizations have the budget, staffing, and programs that support students. And we hope that the mayor is going to make good on her promise and her longstanding commitment to education by keeping the education cluster whole in the out years. As revenues increase, we hope to see future additions for school-based mental health, literacy, math, and navigation services for schools. We also hope the mayor and council will work together to protect social safety net programs as much as possible for the many families in DC that rely on them to keep consistent access to health insurance and care, food, and housing. DC may not be perfect, but I am incredibly proud that the education system in my heart and forever home stands out as a bright spot and was nationally recognized in Harvard's Education Recovery Scorecard. We got here because we put our dollars directly into schools and the things that our kids need most. If we keep that as our North Star and make sure that every and each education agency present today, the DME, OSA, PCSB, and SBOE does the same, we can continue to be the bright spot we have become nationally recognized for via the Education Recovery Scorecard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cadogan. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I believe Elizabeth Reddick has joined us. Maybe she's dropped off.
I think she dropped.
All right. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I have maybe more comments than questions. I have to be careful what I say, but I probably won't be. Listening to the testimony and the concern about funding in the out years makes me think that before we got the budget, representatives of the administration indicated that they were going to look at this budget, and actually this was last year as well, with right sizing. That our spending has grown considerably and we ought to use these economic times to right size. I don't think they've done that at all. And what I see is a budget that for next year and a financial plan for the 4 years that actually kind of has gimmicks in it. And that's a horrible thing to say about budgeting. I do not know that the council can fix it, but I'll use this as an example. Well, first, let me just say, I don't actually believe that we will see a reduction in the uniform per pupil funding formula. I always have a hard time saying that, UPSFF. I don't think we're going to see a reduction in the out years. Schools, funding of schools is too politically important. I just don't see that. Nonetheless, it's in the financial plan. And it's in the financial plan to balance it. So that's a gimmick. We're going to fully fund it next year. That's my expectation. But it's reduced in the out years so that the financial plan balances. Just a gimmick. One of the challenges that we have is that we, the council, if we want to show the funding in the financial plan, then we have to come up with the money, which means we have to cut some. And, maybe if one looks at the entire budget, which is what I have to do as chair, and when the full budget comes to me after the committees have marked up, and there are a number of areas in the government where funding is going up, spending is increasing. I got a list yesterday of, I think it's 6 agencies with the highest increases in the tens of millions. I think for a couple of them, it might even be over 100 million. Some of it's in healthcare, really hard to cut that. Don't want to say these are easy choices, but there's a lot of increase in spending. And in order to balance that, we then show in the financial plan, the executive then shows in the financial plan, reducing education spending in the out years. If we increase that in the out years, then we have to cut something now so that everything is balanced. Last year, the council worked really hard. I want to remind folks of the struggle with regard to the pay equity fund. And the mayor had zeroed that out. And I've always said this was not entirely her doing. The CFO required her she was going to cut it substantially, but the CFO insisted that some reserves get fully restored. We worked with the CFO to actually come up with an alternative, and we were able to restore the funding. We didn't just restore the funding for pay equity. Because it was roughly $70 million, we restored it on a recurring basis. That's $280 million we found. 280 million, 4 times 70. What does the mayor do with this budget? She has it for 1 year. Maybe she will fully fund it next year. We don't know. I'm more confident that she'll fully fund the UPSFF next year. But why would I look to find $280 million for 4 years when all that's going to happen is next year, 210 million gets repurposed for something else? The right sizing of the budget that's supposed to happen has not happened. And I do not know that the council has the ability to do that. We have 70 days, but we also don't control spending. So we know that there are a number of programs, not so much in education. In fact, I'm remembering the auditor's testimony yesterday. I recommend people look at her testimony. She identified 6 agencies that spent $326 million over what we had budgeted last year. $326 million over. The 6 agencies did not include the Office of Cable Television. The reason why I mentioned that is because I was struck by the fact that she said they spent twice their budget. So if you're not going to control spending, then it becomes really hard for the council to right size. We could say, all right, well, I'll just pick Office of Cable Television. We'll reduce their budget. But if you're not going to control spending, then it's ineffective, what we do. So this is really very disturbing to me. And I say this in response to the testimony expressing concerns about the reduction in the facility allotment for charters. At least it's not cut for FY26. I say this because of the concern about the cut in the UPSFF formula in the out years and why we probably will not restore that. And probably a couple other things that have been testified to. There hasn't been much testimony on pay equity, but that I'm sure will come up at the OSCE hearing next week. And I don't think we're going to restore it in the out years because why would we go through that exercise? But it's not good budgeting to pretend that we've balanced a budget when and doing that through gimmicks such as making one time something that's actually going to be recurring. There were a couple other things. There was some testimony with regard to school nurses. The Department of Health is doing something different this coming year. I've not looked at their budget, but I did have a meeting, Councilmember Henderson and I, with the director. They're bringing in-house the staffing, the nurse and health techs, aides, bringing in-house. I think that's a good thing. There'll be more control by the Department of Health. I think in the long term, we'll see that it's a little bit less expensive to the government. That's good to get more with spending less. But there's a nurse shortage and we're just not going to have a nurse in every school until we can overcome the shortage, including competitiveness with the salaries. There was some testimony, let's see, Ms. Pryor. If the decision is between another tax break for corporations and investing in student experiences, yes, President Trump has been doing all kinds of tax breaks, but there are no tax cuts that I remember in this budget from the mayor. There are some tax increases, even though she has said she doesn't support tax increases. And they are tax increases on businesses. Removing some sunsets that the council had adopted so that some taxes would not continue. In my view, that's a tax increase. And she's proposing a tax increase on hotels. There also was some testimony with regard to the sanctuary city legislation. It's interesting how times have changed. I have not talked to members, but I do not think members like what the mayor proposed in the Budget Support Act. I don't know that we need to talk about the city being a sanctuary city as in using those words as much as we need to stick to our values, which is that we believe that everyone who's in the city, I think I'm speaking for all council members, that everyone who's in the city should not be afraid of calling the police when there's an incident of domestic violence or some criminal activity, maybe that they're a victim of or that they witnessed. The values of our city is that every kid should be able to go to school and not be afraid. That there may be some federal agents that show up at their school or that show up at their home while they're in school. The testimony that spoke to this raised concern about what the federal government is requiring and what agencies are going to respond. I will be asking the state superintendent about this next week, but I know that the Department of Education asked of them to certify that they're in compliance with the department's interpretation of the law, which is inaccurate, and that OSSI return the form, but with a letter or an email or a statement that spoke to how we are complying with the law. And the law requires that, for instance, if there's a valid judicial warrant, then there needs to be cooperation on that level. And if there isn't, then there doesn't need to be cooperation on that level. So this is a tough issue. I think the council is is a bit more willing to stand its ground. I think I'll phrase it that way. But we're trying to navigate what the federal government is requiring. I don't know what the council is going to end up doing with the Budget Support Act, but as I said, I think members are not in favor of that proposal. Let me see if there's one other thing. I've gone on way too long. I do have a question for Josh Boots, and that will be it. I did not understand in your statement, we must consider a fundamental principle that districts and schools have the most direct impact on accelerating student outcomes when other education support agencies' size significantly exceeds enrollment change. We must question why. Can you restate what you're saying there?
Yeah, I just think that, again, that schools and districts have the most impact on our students. And so the other agencies like the state board and all the agencies within the state board's jurisdiction, the public charter school board, the deputy mayor for education, like I think they should be growing in terms of their staffing levels and their budgets at sort of the same rate of the enrollment of the sectors that they oversee. And in some of those cases, that's not been true. And I think we should question why, because if it's not having a direct impact on the improvement of our students, then we should be questioning it and really digging into why.
All right, I understand. Thank you. I have no other questions for you. Long statement, no questions, but thank you all very much for your testimony. So you all are excused. I'm going to turn to the government. And the government is Jacques Patterson, President of the DC State Board of Education, Kimberly Humphrey, Ombudsman, and Dan Davis, the Chief Student Advocate. I'm still going to call her, and then we'll go to him. Who's first? Mr. Patterson? Go for it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Council of the District of Columbia and staff, thank you for holding this hearing today to discuss the fiscal year 2026 budget needs of the DC State Board of Education. I am Dr. Jacques Patterson, the at-large representative and president of the State Board. I am testifying today on behalf of the agency and will reflect on the State Board's accomplishments, stewardship, and plans to continue to serve as the public's voice for fiscal 2026. Please note this is an abbreviated testimony, and the whole testimony has already been submitted to you, Chairman, and the staff. First, looking back at fiscal year 2024, the State Board held 11 public meetings, 12 working sessions, 39 committee meetings, and 12 community engagement events. We received 139 pieces of testimony on various topics, including updates and improvements to the DC State Board State Report Card and school-based mental health, education, governance, attendance and truancy, public safety, and out-of-school time programming. The State Board of Education strengthened partnerships across the DC educational system, expanding the State Board Student Advisory Committee, and reinforced our commitment to student preparedness and success. A key milestone for the State Boards was the first ever Back-to-School Literacy Mixer, hosted in collaboration with the DC Public Schools, DCPS, the Washington Teachers Union, and the DC Charter Alliance. Additionally, the State Board worked closely with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education to review and and approve DC's first financial literacy and social emotional learning standards, while also providing input on the district's inaugural graduate profile. Through expanded LEA engagement and strategic marketing, the State Board Student Advisory Committee saw an impressive 133% increase in high school student membership, solidifying student voice as a central force in policymaking. These initiatives fortify the board's commitment to the holistic growth of students, educators, and the broader community. Next, reflect on the current 2025 fiscal year. Our work has been focused on being good stewards of public funds. Thanks to the Council's FY 2025 budget allocations, we hosted an orientation for newly elected State Board members, hired an agency's first full-time human resource employee, and initiated efforts to renovate our operations office to comply with ADA requirements. Moreover, the State Board has worked collaboratively with the City Administrator and the Executive Office of the Mayor with both CA Order 25-1 and Mayor's Order 2025-053. The State Board has advanced a diverse slate of policy resolutions addressing critical issues, including HVAC conditions in public schools, the eliminations of cell phones in classrooms, and promoting technology equity in math education. Later this summer, the State Board will kick off its Graduation Requirements Task Force to review OSSE's proposed updates to the district's high school graduation requirements. This work is expected to continue into FY 2026. Finally, looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, the State Board is grateful to Mayor Bowser for maintaining our current budget allocation without significant cuts. This stability enables us to advance mission-critical initiatives and better serve the district's residents and staff. Our ambitious agenda includes continuing the Graduation Requirement Task Force and approving new graduation requirements for all DC students, producing a comprehensive report with recommendations and guidelines for new teacher mentoring and induction, hosting a series of in-person and virtual district-wide student listening sessions to elevate student voices, updating the State Board of Education website for improved readability and greater ADA compliance, publishing a set of student safety policy recommendations focused on student, school, and systems levels. Additionally, the State Board remains committed to strengthening collaboration with our education cluster partners, local education stakeholders, and residents. The State Board acknowledges the budget constraints facing agencies across the district. However, we are respectfully asking the Council to allocate an additional $75,000 in personnel dollars to fund a long overdue 3% cost of living adjustment, COLA, for full-time State Board staff. As accepted service employees required to reside in the district, our agency staff have not received a salary increase since FY 2022. Despite the substantial rise in DC cost of living, making essentials like housing, transportation, and food increasingly unaffordable. This adjustment is not just a matter of fairness, but a necessary investment in retaining experienced staff and sustaining high-quality service. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, although the State Board may be a relatively small agency, its impact is undeniable. Despite limited resources, we have maintained steadfast in amplifying community voices, elevating student engagement, and strengthening interagency collaboration. None of this would be possible without the dedication and hard work of our exceptional staff, including employees of the Operations Office, the Office of the Ombudsman for Education, and the Office of the Student Advocate. Their commitment to our mission is invaluable, and we extend our deepest gratitude for their contributions, which make our success possible. We look forward to continuing our work in FY 2026 and further strengthening our impact on education in the district. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Kimberly Humphrey?
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. It's great to see you. I am Kimberly Humphrey, the Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to testify on behalf of the Office of the Ombudsman regarding our programs and operations under fiscal year 26 budget. And while we look at the year ahead, we'd be remiss not to mention the current budget constraints and incredible flexibility and support of our entire Ombud staff agency finance team, and our OCFO leads. Today, I'll start with an overview of what we do. I'll cover the growing demands and expansion of services, and then I'll conclude. So who we are. The office serves as a confidential, neutral, informal, and independent resource to help students and families resolve concerns as they engage with the DC public education. We meet to discuss problems, deliberate about why certain choices were made and whether they were correct, assess the impact, provide information about resolution, and of course, all of this is to help families make informed decisions. Occasionally, we remind schools about legal requirements and explain the limitations of laws to families. Service demands. So far this school year, our office has had 1,553 direct touch points with families. We've received 641 hotline contacts and have supported nearly 500 families with case management. The highest trending issues are consistently safety, and this year is the same. Safety cases represent 31% of our caseload. Special education related cases are 31% as well, and communication and engagement issues represent 17% of our caseload. Through mediation, outreach, and case support, we touch complex educational challenges, strengthen communication with schools, and secure better outcomes for students. Mediation is a key component in resolving conflicts and strengthening relationships between families and schools. Through open and constructive dialogue, our certified mediators focus on breaking down communication barriers, restoring trust, and fostering collaboration. This year, the office facilitated 14 school-based mediations addressing concerns such as safety, communication, and discipline. Additionally, we've supported the Office of Attorney General in facilitating 10 program mediations. And we've also committed to the efforts of helping them resolve backlogs via resolution days. To ensure success in our office, we've expanded our staffing by hiring a senior advisor to support operational functionality. This position allows us to streamline processes for greater efficiency, improve engagement strategies, and ensure effective service delivery. Other enhancements of services. In response to the ongoing needs, we are deepening our current services by actively reaching out through digital and radio advertisements, increasing community events and local partnerships, and other office-led initiatives. We are also growing our informal conflict resolution services for both school leaders and families. So investments in professional development and training for our staff are essential to maintaining effective and high quality service. Our office provides guidance and dispute resolutions. In addition to the topics that I included earlier, we address other issues such as academic progress, student discipline, student placement, transfers and enrollment, and truancy and attendance. Our DC Special Education Hub is now fully funded and staffed, allowing us to expand critical support for families and educators specifically navigating special education. With dedicated resources, we are increasing accessibility through multilingual family-facing documents, enhancing Spanish language training offerings, and providing direct support for families, especially regarding understanding IEPs, 504 plans, and accommodations. This investment ensures families build the tools and advocacy skills they need to support their families. The stats for our hub, we assisted 357 we assisted via 357 hotline calls. We've conducted 39 workshops, and that includes 756 participants in those workshops. And the topics covered included IEP development, eligibility processes, and legal rights under IDEA. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive for those services, with 97% of families reporting satisfaction and with those supports. We also wanted to mention that recently, the hub presented at the Learning Disabilities Association of America. This is an annual international conference. The topic was empowerment through access, improving the special education process through accessible resources and support for diverse families. Through this presentation, our team showcased best practices that are shaping special education beyond DC, demonstrating our leadership in advocacy, accessibility, and innovation at a national level. As we conclude, the Office of the Ombudsman is appreciative of the Mayor's full funding of our programmatic operations and FTEs needed to continue our core services of daily family support. With this funding, we can continue to collect data trends that will strengthen public education experiences across all wards. We are grateful for the opportunity to continue this work in special education by developing these long-needed resources that empower parents and improve accessibility. All of this work would not be possible without the strong collaboration of our SBOE and OSA offices, numerous DC agencies, including OSSE, DCPS, DC Charter School Alliance, LEAs, and community partners. We urge the council to support the agency's requests as we balance the service needs, employee retention goals, and fair compensation in the face of unprecedented inflation. As the only neutral family-facing office prioritizing dispute resolution, we look forward to your partnership in maintaining this unique, in-depth coaching and mediation service for district families. If you need to reach us about any of what you've heard today, you can contact us at 202-741-0886 or via email, which you have there. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. Dan Davis.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I'm honored to serve as the Chief Student Advocate, leading the work of the Office of the Student Advocate. Our office exists to support students, families, and community members as they navigate the district's complex public education landscape. I will deviate from my written testimony for sake of brevity. At the core of our work is our request for assistance hotline and an online portal, which families use to seek support with public education concerns. These interactions allow us to collect valuable data that highlights the barriers families face in accessing high-quality instruction at DC public schools and public charter schools. Through each request, we provide direct coaching, resource navigations, connections to school leadership, and ensuring that families are not alone as they seek solutions. When challenges cannot be resolved at the school level, we partner with government agencies and CBOs to create new pathways forward. Last school year, 23-24, our office supported over 700 families via the hotline. We have seen steady growth in our call volume each year, an overall increase of 45% since school year 1920. This increase in volume reflects not only the demand for our services, but also the evolution of our role as a trusted resources for students and families. The trust that we have built with LEAs and now enables us to walk alongside families from start to finish in resolving their concerns. While demand is still high, our capacity to support students and families this school year was restricted during the freeze. Our expectation for school year 25-26 is to serve the same number of families we supported last year through our RFA hotline. Student safety continues to be one of the top issues of concerns for families who contact the hotline. This school year is trending as our second highest RFA category, accounting for nearly 70% of all calls. Last year, when student safety trended as a frequent request for families, we facilitated student safety focus groups and surveys with 717 students and stakeholders from 85 schools across the district. This school year, we hosted ward-based student safety conversations with PAVE, the Charter School Alliance, several SBO representatives, and council members in wards 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, speaking to over 400 parents, school leaders, neighborhood partners, and public safety stakeholders. Those conversations served as an opportunities to connect families, schools, government agencies, public safety officials, and community partners in solution-oriented dialogue. School leaders were able to problem solve alongside parents who were eager to be heard and seen as collaborators. As students provided important context to ground the conversation and work towards solutions. There are many overlapping challenges each ward face, including concerns about traffic safety, safe passage, and community violence. Many school leaders who share neighborhoods, bus routes, and in some instances, families, had not previously interacted or exchanged information, but drafted plans for improved communication when incidents occurred. Representatives from MPD, WMATA shared updates regarding the coming changes to bus services and improvements with utilizing Kids Ride Free smart trips. We ensure that students and family voices are at the center of this work. This school year, we've already reached out to more than 3,000 students, families, and education stakeholders. We've hosted 2 citywide student voice events this school year. We hosted Student Fest in partnership with the Department of Human Services, where students engaged in peer discussion around barriers to attendance. We also collaborated with NICVA DC for our Youth Leadership Summit, Issues to Impact, that focused on the impact of student voice and leadership in enacting change. And additionally, this school year, we aim to be more supportive of families with students with disabilities, collaborating with the Mayor's Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing to host an iteration of our Know Your Rights special education workshop, specifically geared towards the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing community. We brought in representatives from agencies and organizations specialized in services for this community so families could access services in one central location. Special education continues to be the #1 RFA topic of concern for families. So we are always exploring ways to provide additional support. Our advocates are present with parents as they prepare and attend the multitude of meetings required for students with disabilities. Every day, we are coaching parents around effective communication with staff to voice their needs to ensure our most vulnerable populations have access to high-quality education. We prioritize outreach to historically underserved communities and collaborate with CBOs and sister agencies to provide support for families navigating language barriers, housing insecurity, and other systemic challenges. Despite limited staff capacity, our in-person outreach efforts are not limited to formal events. Our staff conducts quarterly resource drops to libraries, recreation centers, and CBOs. However, supporting students and families whose households speak languages other than English continues to be a challenge. Despite efforts to ensure language is not a barrier, we have seen a chilling effect in engagement and participation from district residents due to federal immigration enforcement. As our office impacts continues to expand, so does the demand for our small team. Our office is staffed by 5 full-time employees, 3 student advocates, a program associate, myself, and 2 part-time grad student fellows. Every staff member contributes to direct support work. We have operated at limited capacity due to a student advocate and fellow vacancy that was frozen. Now we are working on filling those positions as our waiver request was recently approved. Despite the increases in volume and the other challenges, we have worked hard to avoid a waitlist system, knowing that families seek support with urgent needs. Continuing to do more with less for several years has ramifications. As staff seek compensation and growth opportunities elsewhere. Our staff did not receive cost of living adjustments for the past 3 fiscal years, despite ongoing inflation. We are grateful that in a challenging fiscal environment, the district continues its commitment to support students and families by not reducing support for this office. Our equity-centered approach is more vital than ever, and at a time of significant uncertainty for many families, our office continues to offer clarity, partnership, and hope. The growth we have achieved is a direct result of the council's longstanding support, and we ask for your continued investment in our work. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and your teams for continuing to share our resources with your constituents. If anyone would like to connect with our office, we can be reached at 202-741-4692 or by email at student.advocate@dc.gov. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. So I thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions, but they relate more to the budget. But I appreciate the updates on all the work that you're doing. Mr. Patterson, last year we put money in the capital budget for renovations. Is that all done? Where are we with that? And is everything satisfactory? Microphone.
I apologize, sir. I'm going to have our executive director come up,
Okay.
Ms. Bernice Butler, to give you a little bit more details into that.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. The contractor has just been named and confirmed, and we had our first contractor meeting 2 weeks ago, and we will enter our design phase on this coming Monday at 11 a.m. They anticipate the full project to be done by November 2025. And so we will be in a swing space starting mid-July, and they are hoping to finish on time and on schedule, on budget and on schedule, with a deadline of November 2025.
So it's looking good.
Yes,
Okay. Swing space, just like schools.
yes.
Okay. This is to both the ombudsman and the student advocate. Each of you in the supplemental for this year, the mayor's proposing decreasing your budgets by $7,263, same amount for each of you. How will this affect your work?
So that So that money was swept during the freeze, and I believe it's going, for us, it is causing us to reduce our advertising spend and outreach spend. So we will not be doing our back to school yearly advertising buy. And we won't, staff will not be participating in any travel or professional development.
Ms. Humphrey?
And yes, similarly, we have had to cut back on trainings that were planned and some travel for trainings. And then we were able to get a waiver for other impacts that we were planning for, and that included our back to school planning, making sure that we had all the materials planned that are essential for making sure that families have all of the materials that they need and information that they need as they enter into the new school year.
I got distracted, sorry. You said cut back on trainings and travel. What else?
Well, there were some changes in terms of supplies and outreach, but we were approved for a waiver, so we had less impact there.
Okay. Ms. Humphrey, you hired a new senior advisor? You spoke to that in your statement. That's, but again, how's that enhanced operations?
Sure, and to clarify, this was a new a hire, but it was actually a restructure. So we had just a formerly assistant ombuds position that we elevated to be a senior advisor. That role still does support capacity for case management, but it's helping efficiency in the office because it's also helping with primary goals of efficiency, of course, with cases, but also in operations. So we had two goals: efficiency and visibility for the entire office, and those were big priorities for the office. So in terms of operations internally, what we were finding, because operationally for an office, the best practices is generally one manager to about 5 or 6 folks. I had 10 people that were reporting to me. So in order for us to not only handle cases and have brainstorming about different resolutions, different outreach and partnerships to resolve those cases, we brought someone in so that things would not be getting bottled up and everything wouldn't necessarily be waiting for me to respond. So we needed a higher level support to support those functions.
Okay. One other question, Mr. Davis. How much of your budget supports collaboration with agencies like DHS, MPD, WMATA, and DCPS?
Supports collaboration. I would say more than anything, what we have probably expanded our budget through our partnerships. So in prime example would be our partnership with DHS. We shared some costs associated with the Student Fest. Our collaboration with MICVA allowed us to expand our Youth Leadership Summit and kind of essentially doubled our budget that we had assigned for Student Voice.
So working with the other agencies, sharing costs, it means you're getting that program, if you will, or that event.
We're able to scale larger. We are 5 FTEs, two part-time folks, and we're generally a very small NPS budget, around slightly under 70,000, 60,000 a year.
Yeah.
So for us to provide, citywide conferences, citywide engagements, we need to partner.
Mr. Patterson, if we do the COLA adjustment, you estimate that's $75,000?
Yes, and Bernice can provide the details on it exactly for which members, but again, I just want to emphasize what that means for us. It's about $75,000. What that means for us to be able to retain the great staff that we do have. A lot of times what we see in these particular positions is that we'll lose staff that are not accepted servants that have to live in the city to other agencies that can pay higher wages and don't have so many restrictions. Recently, we lost a couple very vital employees, which limited some of our capabilities to even conduct our meetings because of the work that they provide for us to have public meetings. And so it is really substantial. And again, they have not had a raise since 2022, FY 2022. So we really would hope that you would consider that, sir.
So how has that happened? The government has done some COLAs, like the mayor did it, but somehow did not include the state board.
It did not. And Bernice, if you would like to add some comments to that.
Yeah, so similar to the council, the way the DC code is written, all employees at the DC State Board are accepted service. And so, and we also don't fall under the mayor's authority. So the accepted service employees on her staff have not necessarily gotten a raise, but all of the employees that are under bargaining or collective bargaining agreements have. And so, for example, even at the beginning of this year, there were a few collective bargaining agreement employees that got raises, and we initially thought that we would be included. And so we were holding space for that in our budget, just to find out that we were not included in that.
And you don't have the ability within your budget to provide these raises?
Not at the moment. Currently, because our budget is very tight, so we are even currently right now only running at like a $3,000 overage for personnel. And so any money that we would have additionally had maybe in NPS dollars, because it's not just the State Board Operations Office, that 75 also includes the Ombudsman's Office and the Chief Student Advocate Office. There isn't any additional room, as Dan just said, like his NPS is 70,000. That's all their programming. So there isn't even additional money there to give COLAs, because then it would take away from the programmatic function that they do.
And how do you come up with 75,000 as the number?
That is a very good question. So thankfully to the HR FTE that you were able to provide in the FY 25 budget, we sat down and pulled all the publicly available data that the DC government provides, and we pulled out all of the accepted service agencies, and then we broke them all out by position and categorized our staff to those positions. And we looked at the mean, median, and mode of each of those, and we saw where our salaries fell in addition to those salaries. But we took our established salaries that are currently being paid to all of the staff, and then we calculated a 3% COLA. And that would account for 35 employees, and not including the 4 full-time vacancies that we have now. So that would account for the 35 people who are currently on staff, and we're more than happy to share that spreadsheet and calculations with you, Chairman Mendelson, but that would give all the 35 employees that are employed full-time. So that doesn't include elected members, and it does not include part-time fellows or interns, but only the full-time staff.
Okay, I'm betting that there's probably an adjustment to fringe as well, which you
Yes,
did not-
that is included. So the actual total, because we always check with our AFO on our calculations. So we calculated fringe at 0.2%, and that is included in the 75. And I can give you the exact figures in just one second, because we had it on the spreadsheet.
Or you could just send it to my staff.
Yes, we'll send it to the staff. Yes, sir.
Okay, I can't make any promises.
I
This is sort of
understand.
you heard my
Yes,
remarks earlier.
I did.
Not a
But we
pretty
do
budget.
appreciate you because you have always supported us, especially again, thanking you for the HR
Yeah,
FTE that we have. So thank you.
I don't have any other questions for y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
work
sir.
as well as your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman.
We will turn to the DC State Athletics Commission. My understanding is that the one witness, Joy Taylor, is not here. So let's go to Kenneth Owens. Give me a second before you start. When you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the council, and distinguished staff. My name is Kenneth Owens, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC State Athletic Association, the agency that oversees high school athletics for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. I'm proud to report that the past year has been one of growth, achievement, and meaningful opportunity for student athletes across all 8 wards of the district. In FY25, DCSAA successfully administered a full slate of championship events across multiple sports, maintaining our commitment to equity, excellence, and access. These events not only foster competition, but serve as critical platforms for exposure, connecting student athletes to collegiate opportunities, media visibility, and personal growth. We continued our partnerships with local universities and professional organizations, secured quality venues, and upheld high standards in event operations, including the provisions of trained officials, certified athletic trainers, and appropriate security. This all contributed to creating lifetime memories for so many student athletes and strengthened our belief that interscholastic athletics is a vital component of high school experience. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Executive Office of the Mayor for maintaining our budget in FY26. This support is essential to ensuring that we can continue to grow our programming and participation citywide. With that stability, we remain focused on delivering championship experience that reflect the talent and the promise of our student athletes. As we prepare for DCSAA's transition back into the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, it is vital that the agency retains both spending autonomy and operation clarity. The ability to manage our allocated budget directly ensures we can meet real-time needs, from securing venues to paying officials and vendors without delay. Continued autonomy will safeguard the integrity and quality of our events. At the same time, DCSAA realized the importance of fiscal responsibility. We are reviewing every aspect of programming to contain, reduce costs where appropriate, while also continuing to operate high-quality and secure events. This summer, we are proud to launch the first ever DC Live Basketball Showcase, an NCAA-sanctioned event featuring 9 DCSAA schools. This groundbreaking initiative will give our girls direct exposure to college scouts and recruiters, an important stride toward equity and athletic opportunity and visibility. At its core, athletics is a powerful vehicle for personal development, academic motivation, and community pride. It teaches discipline, teamwork, resilience, and leadership, traits that prepare students for life beyond the classroom. At DCSAA, we see every day how sport changes lives and builds bridges across our city. Thank you again for the continued support. We look forward to building on our success and growing our impact in the year ahead. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Give me just a second.
Sure.
So I was just checking. So in the OSSI budget, It shows 1,797,000. Is that your understanding of what your budget would be?
Yes.
Which is a slight increase over the current year.
Correct.
What's the increase due to?
Oh, yeah, fringe and personnel services. And an increase for MPS programming.
So you should be happy with the number.
That's it. I'm
You
sorry.
should be happy with the number.
I'm happy with the number.
And I think last year, didn't we actually deal, you had a cut, we had to replenish it?
Yes.
And as I recall, that cut impacted your ability to hand out trophies.
Yeah, I mean, the total experience, venues, trophies, awards, yes.
So that's not an issue with this budget.
No, the only issue would be, adding extra activities or extra championships, but I think we're in good shape.
So what do you mean by spending autonomy and operational clarity?
Well, I think, several years ago, I think we transitioned to being independent in 2019.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure as we, transition into OSSI that, we maintain our P cards. We maintain that entire budget and stuff doesn't get shifted over to operations or, things that OSSI wants to accomplish.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm fully understanding. Have you talked with the state superintendent?
I have, and we had a very good conversation. So, I mean, the way we're moving forward, and I think it's going to be fine for my staff and for us to successfully, take care of everything that we need to take care of moving forward. So, I have had a conversation with her.
Do you think you'll get some benefit or advantage being in NASI?
Honestly, I would rather remain independent, but the conversation I had with Dr. Mitchell, I'm confident that we'll be able to work together in the interim in this fiscal year. But I mean, there's a reason why we kind of left OSSI, and it wasn't under Dr. Mitchell. It was, we needed that autonomy to spend stuff. We have our own lawyer, we have our own finance person, where things get done a little bit quicker with us being independent, and now moving back into OSSI, and we have our own P cards. Before we had to go through health and wellness and nutrition, and we know that the P card has a $20,000 max on it. So when we're trying to spend and secure venues and secure officials and secure trainers, we have to wait or borrow a P card from another portion of OSSI in order to pay some of the individuals that needed to be paid. So when we were independent, we had our P cards and we were able to spend, and my finance manager was able to, keep track of all that. And it wasn't so many POs and purchase orders through health and wellness and nutrition that this one individual was looking at. Now we have an individual that is focused on just our budget. So it was helpful to streamline things.
This one individual to focus, that would be your fiscal officer or who?
Yeah, our finance manager.
And you discussed this with the superintendent?
Correct. But she understood, and I was told that we were retaining our counsel and also our finance manager. So, I mean, we're in good shape there.
Give me a second here. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions? State athletics.
I have a quick question. This is relevant to now. I'm just using this opportunity. I know it's DCIAA who's focused on this, but there was an incident that happened last week regarding Spingarn. And I just wanted to get your insight here. And I guess a number of elementary school students were using the track for an elementary meet. There was a shooting in the area, and as you know, a number of parents are upset. The issues that were raised in that is sort of safety around our athletics. So I think you can answer that as far as a broad sort of parents have said there was only 2 security guards present. And there is often no sort of outside police presence, specifically in neighborhoods that could have potential conflict going on. I'm just curious from your perspective, what is the standard sort of safety precautions around athletics events, and who's responsible for coordinating those efforts and communicating those things to parents?
Sure. My son was actually at that meet, so
Oh,
I'm
wow.
well aware, yeah. So, I can't speak totally to what they do as far as their track meets are concerned, but I know when I do attend their events that they do have DCPS police.
Okay.
And usually they have a lot of police officers. Now, as far as our events, we don't have access to the DCPS police, but we have MOU with MPD, and we make sure that is thoroughly covered, that we make sure that we have plenty of officers on deck. We wand at all of our events to make sure people aren't bringing in weapons. We do weapon abatement. And then we do DCPS security as well, if it's at a DCPS site. If not, then most of our events are at college venues. So we use usually their security
Their
to help
security.
out. So I mean, the cost of security is tremendous to us, but
Yeah.
it's every dollar's worth it just to keep the student athletes safe. So we spend a lot to ensure that, and we use several different entities to ensure that. So
Got it. Okay.
I hope that answers it.
No, it does. I mean, it's helpful because when I have a chance to talk to DCPS and DCIAA next, I just want to get a sense of sort of how they are handling things. I know I've been to your all's event, and I know that there has been adequate security, and you all have done a good job. And I was curious
Appreciate that.
sort of how that process works. So it sounds like you all have an MOU with MPD. You also have whatever venue you're using, you're having those coordination conversations and making sure there's weapons abatements, et
Yeah.
cetera.
And we also have an MOU with fire and EMS just to ensure
great.
that if somebody gets injured, that they're on deck to transport anybody.
Got it.
And then athletic trainers, we have the gamut.
Yeah.
So
And I know that it does come at a cost to you all.
it does.
How significant is that cost?
So
It's one of the-
this is Alan Lord, my finance manager. So he says it's one of the biggest driving costs that we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And then one thing that came up was I guess because at that event students are now traumatized from the shots that rang out during that time. There's an upcoming event in which parents have been asking, and I'm just asking if you know from sort of your expertise, instead of shooting the gun to start the track meet, if they could use a bullhorn or something else other than.
They can use a whistle.
Okay, I was just wondering,
But
standard practice, can a track meet
especially
start
at
without that?
I think one of the things is, well, at a high school meet, right? The difficulty would be when that gun fires, the clock starts.
Right.
Right. But at an elementary school track meet, I think, I'd have to ask the timer. I think we use the same timer. You blow that whistle and then he can start it manually, more than likely. But I agree with you. I think that would be a little traumatizing for those kids to hear the gun go off. So I think there's other options that can be explored to ensure that gun doesn't have to be shot.
Got it. And then my last question is about just sort of recruitment, college recruitment practices and supports that you all provide to young athletes being recruited, helping with recruitment. What do those efforts look like to get our young people, into colleges and universities with scholarships? And what types of supports do you support with families? A lot of them are first generation college. I was a first generation college, and there is a learning curve there as far as filling out all of the financial forms and doing things of that nature? What kind of supports do you all provide to our young scholar athletes?
So one of the things that we do is we have a partnership with United Bank, and we provide
Okay.
$5,000 scholarships to student athletes across the district,
Okay.
which is huge. We've been doing that for several years now, and it used to be 1,000, but now it's 5,000.
Okay, great.
That we provide. We also do college showcases for basketball. And this year we're adding a girls section of it for the first time
Wonderful.
ever. We have 9 DCSA schools that are going to participate that, and some neighboring counties in Maryland and Virginia that are going to come in and play. I mean, that draws in a lot of coaches. This is our first year doing it, but we've done the boys for several years. We already have 125 D1 coaches signed up to come and attend that event. Kids at that event will get scholarships, will get offered scholarships right at that event. So it's been
Okay.
really successful. I mean, a lot of kids are just get offered, haven't been seen and get offered scholarships right at our event. So it's a huge event. We also do, prior to that event, we do NIL training, NCAA training, just on the logistics in the
Okay.
clearinghouse and how you can, what you need to do to be
Right.
eligible to play college athletics. And then we always do coach training, or really AD training, where we bring all the ADs in and we do NIL, and we try to educate them on several different aspects of the clearinghouse as well, so they can take it back to their student athletes, so they can lead that charge. But we try to educate the ADs, and then we do coach training as well.
Got it.
So they can take the information back to their families.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Owens,
Okay.
but thank you for your testimony. I don't know that I'm, I don't know how to say this. See, I'm not sure where I stand with this moving you to Hussey. So I think you leave this hearing with that being an open question.
Good. I appreciate that. And yeah, I appreciate you looking into that, because I think it's helpful for us to remain independent. I think we've done a great job. We've expanded year after year after year. So,
Yeah.
so I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
If we have more follow-up, we'll follow up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, see you.
We're going to turn to the University of the District of Columbia. And we have, I think it's 5 witnesses before we get to the president. I will call them now. Oye Owalewa, who's the shadow representative for the district. Sia Barbara Camara. Terry Hewitt. Janine Walker, who's Office of the President Summer Intern. If she's here, she should come forward. And Vernon Simmons. And I'm going to call the names again. So Oye Owalewa, we think is not here. Sia Barbara Camara, I think is online. Please proceed. Ms. Camara, please proceed. I'm going to keep moving. Terry Hewitt. Please. Can't hear you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. As a recent and former ANC for 3F02 residing just 2 blocks away from the vibrant campus of UDC, I witnessed firsthand the incredible impact UDC has on our community. UDC stands as a steadfast partner, consistently supporting residents and enhancing our neighborhood's well-being. One of the programs I hold with high regard, yet not limited, and eagerly anticipated my eligibility for this gerontology program one of these days. This remarkable initiative empowers individuals who have dedicated their lives to long careers, raised families, launched their children into higher education, allowing them to finally focus on their own aspirations. I've seen my neighbors in my building actively participating in classes, thriving in ways that illuminate their lives. Whether it's someone taking a language course such as Spanish, ultimately discovering a new career path because of the valuable program offered to retired individuals and fulfilling a lifelong dream of attending law school. The transformative power of education at UDC is truly inspiring. The partnership that UDC nurtures with federal agencies and other esteemed universities only underscores its valuable role in our community. UDC does more than just open doors. It creates pathways to opportunities and personal growth. Regardless of the age, UDC embraces each individual, uplifting not just the person, but our entire community. In the process, while funding such initiatives can be challenging, the successes born from UDC's commitment by employing dedicated professors, deans, and staff who mentor with passion are immense. Every day I see students rising to a new height. PhD candidates, lawyers, educators, nurses, doctors, scientists making groundbreaking discoveries. As a parent, I take immense pride in knowing that my son, who attended UDC, is now on the brink of completing his PhD in particle physics and is actively employed as an astrophysicist, which is his dream. UDC has played a pivotal role in this journey, and it stands out as a unique institution unlike any other in the country. The Workforce Development Program is an invaluable resource. It provides opportunity to those who once felt overlooked or lost hope, reigniting dreams that seemed out of reach. Whether it's through workforce training, community college offerings, or advanced degree programs such as the law school, there's a 3-year waiting list which reflects the high demand and respect for UDC. It is clear that this institution represents hope and ambition for many, and the 3-year waiting list is the law school. I remember as a colleague in my office who was ecstatic about learning about UDC and the law school, having stumbled upon it quite by chance. This realization speaks volumes about UDC's capacity to be a true game changer, yet it feels inadequate to label it merely as that. I will just also add that I transitioned from being a student to actually being an employee and working in academic advising and mentoring through the community college workforce development program. And I witnessed firsthand through the hospitality program, and I'm just truncating what I've said, what I've written. A man who served 2 decades and incarcerated, hoping to be part of the hospitality program, which he did eventually receive certification. That program had partnered with both Goodwill, which is how he came to us, and he eventually interviewed for a job with Marriott Hotels through our program. He was hoping to obtain a job as a food handler. That was his goal. The process for hiring required Marriott structured it so senior HR recruiters, the VP of HR came and interviewed him. And they decided that he was not qualified to be a food handler. And they offered him the job as a junior manager. And to this day, he still works at the Marriott down the street from the community college campus. But there are many other inspirational stories. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
I can, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Janine Walker.
Good afternoon. I'm Janine Walker. I'm a student at the University of the District of Columbia, and I'm honored to be able to represent my illustrious university. Living across the street from my campus has seriously strengthened my connection, school pride, and overall connection to my school and the Van Ness community at large. Firstly, I want to talk about the easy access to academic resources. I can easily stop by the library for group study sessions with my classmates without worrying about a long commute or staying late to meet with professors during office hours without worrying about how long it will take me to get home. Last year, I learned that 70% of students that live in on-campus housing say that they live within walking distance of their campus and can conveniently access any of the academic support services offered by their university. In addition to that, we want to build stronger relationships. Being close by will help me build important connections with my professors and strong peer-to-peer network with my classmates. I firmly believe that living on campus or living in close proximity will allow me to develop lifelong bonds developed through consistent interactions with my peers and my professors. I'm not 100% sure, but living close to campus has to make a difference with getting better grades. But imagine a life where students don't have to worry about getting on the metro after hours because they need academic support. Or even evening labs on campus and worrying about what time you'll get back home for that 9 a.m. class most of us have the next morning. With attendance being such an integral part of our grades at my university, I believe an opportunity that eliminates commute could possibly lessen the chance of being marked late after that 5-minute grace period our professors usually give us. And lastly, a sense of community and belonging. Just by being present on campus, I have met some truly great people. Being able to attend campus events in the evenings, or when I served as Miss University of the District of Columbia, being requested for quick appearances wouldn't have been as possible without living on my campus. Overall, I just felt more connected to my university. Having close access to campus will allow me to build great and lasting bonds. I can feel safe, I can feel like I matter, and in this climate, I can feel like I belong, because we all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide.
Yes, will do.
Thank you. And Vernon Simmons?
Good afternoon. My name is Vernon Simmons. I am a senior at the University of the District of Columbia. Here is what I have to say. One of the significant perks of living in the student housing is much time I could save, and how that time can transform and magnify my overall experience. One of those reasons is more productivity. Without the worry of traffic jams or long commutes, I can dedicate more time to studying and being even more involved in campus life than I am now. With student housing, I could save myself about an hour. That 1 hour could be used for studying, academic support, me practicing because I'm on the basketball team, hanging out with my friends, or just avoiding being stuck in traffic. To follow up with that point, it brings a stronger academic engagement. With more time and proximity to the resources, I can make office hours with all of my professors rather than having to pick one. I can join study groups to get support with staying on top of my work. I know that my friends at other schools have the same opportunity and tell me all the time how amazing it is to be on campus. Everything that they need is right there, and because of the support is so close, they are getting even better grades. And I feel like, and this is my final point, it gives a overall dynamic college experience. I've been able to join my fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I'm on the men's basketball team, and I'm also I was the student board of trustees representative for my university. And these are just some of the feats that I was able to claim while still commuting to school. So it just leaves me to say, what else could I have done if I had lived right across the street from my school? I can honestly think that my overall experience was amazing, and it's still amazing, and I'm grateful. But I think just being able to wake up and go across the street from my school will help a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I don't have your statement either, if you could provide that.
Will do.
Thank you. Sia Barbara Camara?
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson, other committee members, and staff of the DC Council Committee of the Whole. I'm Sia Barbara Kamara, a longtime Ward 4 resident and the Chief Strategy Officer for the DC Early Learning Collaborative. We've been involved in many activities related to early childhood in the District of Columbia. I also serve as a member of the Executive Committee of the Under 3 DC Coalition, and I'm a member of the DC Association for the Education of Young Children. Today, I testify in support of full funding for the UDC Early Childhood Initiative, the group that provides scholarships and support to help our early childhood professionals in the District of Columbia. And those programs are the scholarship program, the Faculty Enhancement Institute, which we finally held last year. We've been talking about this over a couple of years, and now an Institute for Professional Development for Infant and Toddler Coaches who work in DC community-based early childhood programs. As of spring of 2025, 157 students graduated with an early childhood degree. 17 a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, and 22 with a bachelor's degree in human development. All of these early childhood educators leave college without student loan debt, and that is very significant. Early childhood educators are essential to the child care ecosystem. Not only are they essential for children's healthy development, but they are also a cornerstone of the thriving workforce throughout the District of Columbia. Further, a highly qualified, stable workforce is key to expanding access to quality early childhood for all children in DC. DCELC appreciates the support that President Eddington has provided to Dean Marilyn Hamilton, Professor Scott King, and their committed team now teaching early childhood classes in English, Spanish, and Amharic. DCELC thanks the Council for your continued support of our state university, and we request that you support the continued full funding of the early childhood components at UDC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to respond to questions.
Thank you, Sia Camaro. Ms. Hewitt and Mr. Walker, you both made reference to living across the street. Is that in the Van Ness area or?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It just sparked my curiosity that you both said the same thing there. Let me see, do I have questions? I don't think I have questions for any of you, but I do appreciate, especially the three of you being here in person. Yes, Ms. Hewitt?
Thank you so much. I would like to add in support of these students, which is remarkable. As a parent, I wanted my son to live on campus. We live 3-4 blocks from campus. Could easily have just had him stay home, but I wanted him to experience college life. What I got out of it and what he got out of it is I had a son who came home after his first year, a transformed individual. I mean, he was a high performer academically. That was never an issue, but not necessarily the most social. That sense changed. But being on campus, I saw a young man come home. And it is so important to have that balance, even though you are a school based in the middle of the city and you think, okay, you can just take the subway home, but to be able to form your own opinions, your own decisions, knowing that you're only a subway ride from home. It is for a parent, there is nothing you can ever do. It gives you ease. And he came home as a young man. And every year he'd come home from school, I saw that growth further and further. In my building, I have several neighbors who are also UDC students to supplement what they're saying. It is a lovely compliment to our building. We're a very large apartment building. It is a lovely compliment. They're not the only students. There's also GW and American University students, but there's a large number of UDC students. I would not want that to go away, because it gives them also an opportunity to interview, to mix with people who are not academic, and it enriches their lives as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, to each of you, remember to give us copies of your statement. Thank you. You all are excused. I'm going to turn to the university president, Dr. Maurice Eddington. Hold on, I'm sorry. Did you have any questions? Okay, my bad. Thank you. When you're ready, and good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, good afternoon. I am Maurice Eddington, President of the University of the District of Columbia, the district's public land grant institution. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the university's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. I want to express sincere appreciation to Mayor Bowser and her administration for proposing a budget that reflects thoughtful investments in higher education and the university's continued growth. I also want to thank this council for your enduring support and steadfast commitment to UDC. As I shared during the university's recent performance oversight hearing, this remains a transformative period for UDC. Over the past year, we have achieved enrollment growth, received encouraging accreditation feedback, and made significant strides in operationalizing our new strategic plan. These milestones would not be possible without the ongoing support of our Board of Trustees, dedicated faculty and staff, and continued investments from the Mayor and the Council. The FY 2026 budget supports the second year of implementation of UDC's 5-year strategic plan, delivering on the promise. The plan lays out a bold framework to position the university as a premier public urban institution centered on student achievement, workforce innovation, and impactful community engagement. Year 2 is pivotal. We are building on foundational progress to accelerate impact and move the institution closer to achieving our ambitious 2029 goals, growing enrollment by 50%, doubling credential attainment, tripling fundraising outcomes, increasing research activity by 50%, and improving student retention and completion. Realizing this vision will require sustained investment. Accordingly, our FY 2026 budget request is structured to support the strategic plan's core pillars by investing in scalable student success initiatives, faculty excellence and instructional capacity, workforce and economic mobility programming, campus modernization and infrastructure renewal. Our requested subsidy totals $99.323 million, which reflects a 2.8% reduction from FY 25, reflecting difficult but necessary adjustments in light of fiscal constraints. The proposed budget incorporates a marked reduction of $2.8 million through elimination of 12.2 FTEs, application of vacancy savings, and non-personnel service reductions across program areas. We understand the current budget climate, and we thank the mayor for maintaining core funding. The proposed FY 2026 through 2031 capital improvement plan totals $56 million, a $10 million reduction from the previously approved amount for the same period. The FY 26 allocation of $43 million will advance essential modernization projects at our Van Ness campus, upgrading roofs, elevators, infrastructure systems, and campus accessibility. We are especially appreciative of the mayor's inclusion of $20 million in new funding for the Van Ness Student Housing Initiative. Expanding our housing footprint is critical to improving student retention, attracting more traditional age students, and cultivating a stronger sense of community. We respectfully request the council's support for the full proposed capital budget and for additional funding to address key priorities, which include $28 million in FY28 to acquire Old Congress Heights leasehold rights in Ward 8, $5 million annually to support general renovation, which includes swing space leasing and project contingencies, $5 million in FY26 for classroom and lab upgrades, $1 million each in FY26 and 28 to support fleet electrification. In closing, I want to thank Mayor Bowser again for her continued investment in the university's mission, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the council for your partnership and support. Together, we are positioning UDC to be a national model for urban student success, workforce innovation, and economic mobility. I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Eddington. So it's your testimony that the reduction of 2.8% can be handled with minimal disruption?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You also said incorporates a mark reduction. I'm assuming mark means that you were asked to come forward with, was it 2.8%?
Yeah, we were asked to have a $5 million reduction, and we proposed that, and then it ended up being reduced to 2.8 million.
Okay, but it's going to result in some hiring delays?
Well, we targeted vacancies, and so we were very thoughtful around identifying positions and expenses that we could reduce without having an adverse impact on operations. And so the positions were vacancies, and so we're able to manage without having those positions moving forward.
At the same time, we just got the budget this week, so I haven't really looked at this very carefully. So the subsidy is being reduced by 2.8%.
Yes.
But of course, you get other funds.
Yes.
And the proposed budget indicates a 8.7% growth, roughly $18 million growth. Where is that coming from?
Yeah, so some of the funding in the budget in terms of increases have to do with projections that we made. For example, increases in federal grant funding is an example. And so we project an increase for the next fiscal year. And so that will account for the overall increase in the budget as an example. And then also we project enrollment increases. And so tuition revenue that we anticipate collecting is projected to increase. And so that's another example to account for the increase in funding.
Are you looking to increase the tuition or just
No, not the tuition that the students pay, but we are anticipating a higher number of students enrolled, which would generate additional tuition revenue that we collect.
So the roughly $18 million increase, I think it's 18.3, is mostly grants?
No, I was giving you examples. I mean, I think, go ahead.
This is a budget hearing. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, no, we're going to give you the specifics.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Brian Connell. I'm the budget officer. So 14 million of that 18 million is federal grants. The other $4 million increase is the net of the $2.8 million reduction in the local subsidy funds, and then increases in the university's other revenues. So the tuition revenue collection driven by the enrollment growth and utilization of the university's other available funds, such as spendable endowment, indirect cost recovery, spendable fund balance.
And that's based on actuals this year and the year before, or some hopeful thinking?
It's a combination of both, Chairman. So it's both based on the university's strategic plan and forecasted enrollment growth, as well as historical trends.
Could you, after the hearing, give us an itemization of the 18 million? And when I'm asking for an itemization, you don't have to list each grant, but if it's 14 million in grants, federal grants, that's probably sufficient. But break it down by the other revenue. I'm a little bit confused, President Eddington, about the capital budget. The total for the 6 years in the capital improvement plan is 56 million.
Yes.
I seem to remember last year you were seeking 100 million or more.
Yes.
And this is 10 million less to the capital plan, through the 6 years. 10 million, 56 million is 10 million less than what the council had approved last year. But then you say 43 million for Van Ness. Is that 43 million over the 6 years or next year?
No, yeah, 43 million in FY '26.
$43 million in FY '26, so that leaves 13 million over the other 5 years.
Yeah, and that 13 million is in FY '27.
That's not very robust. And then you go on in your testimony and you say, well, is the 28 million, we respectfully request council support, so this would be additional to the 56?
Yeah, those items are additions. So for example, the 28 million for the OCH lease, that is an item that we had requested funding for in our budget.
Is FY '28 the magic year?
Oh, in terms of our ability to purchase?
Yes.
Yeah, let me ask CO Franklin address that.
Yes. David Franklin, Chief Operating Officer for the University of the District of Columbia. The answer is yes. 28 would be the ideal year if those funds are reallocated to our budget. We have sent a document to you, Chairman Mendelson, almost a year ago, just identifying that particular plan in terms of purchasing Old Congress Heights. The longer we wait to purchase it, of course, that the cost will, in essence, go up based on the market. But we are prepared to move
Correct.
forward.
But the lease had a couple of 1 or 2 dates.
Yes.
That were what I'm calling the magic year. And 28 was one of them?
That is correct. The other year was last year, was the other magic year. We just missed that opportunity at that point.
Yeah. Give me a second here. I want to ask you about fundraising. In FY '23, the university raised a total of 3.1 million. In FY '24, the university raised a total of 2.5 million. Does that include the match that the council provided, or is that then what triggered the match, and the match is additional?
No, those totals would not include the match amount.
So, to be clear, last year, The foundation raised 2.1 million. Office of Sponsored Programs raised 66,000. Law School raised 337,000. And then you got $1 million on top of that.
Yeah, I
from
think that's
the
correct.
council.
Yes.
I think what
Yep.
we provided was $1 million. Now, the mayor's, in the proposed budget takes away the match. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
What do you think that's going to do to your fundraising efforts?
Well, I mean, obviously, we would love to have those funds. I mean, one of the benefits of those dollars is we have flexibility in terms of how we allocate them to support philanthropic efforts. And so, you know, it's going to take a hit. However, we have planned to operate as if we were not going to receive those funds. You know, over the past year, we have worked to strengthen our advancement team. We have a new structure. We have a new chief advancement officer. And so our posture is to operate, at least in the short term, not expecting to get the match in the next year. I mean, we have always appreciated it. It's very helpful to us. But you know, we're very sensitive to the climate in the city. And so we've decided that, you know, for the next year, we're just going to proceed under the assumption we will not receive the match.
You don't do the development yourself. You have a development officer.
Yeah, he's in the room. Where is it? Richard, raise your hand.
I kind of want to get a
Lucas.
sense, I don't know from you or from him, to what extent does the match actually help with the fundraising?
Yeah, no, he can give you some specifics if you like. Richard.
Yeah.
Morning, my name is Richard Lucas. I'm the new Chief Advancement Officer at the University of the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
Matches always provide additional incentives for individuals that are looking to make smaller gifts and have that gift matched. And so it is an incentive and it does help. But as the president noted, we are building the infrastructure and fundraising plan to be able to operate and replace those funds through aggressive growth in our annual giving, aggressive growth in the number and approaches that we have associated with increasing alumni participation and aggressive growth in our effort associated with generating additional partnerships across the district. In that regard, we had a special event last night where we invited our partners to come in and share with us about what would have them partner with us at different levels, but then invited them to be connected with us as we go forward and build out our major gift effort and our partnership efforts.
So at this event last night, were you talking about the DC match?
No, we were not.
And did I understand you to say that with large contributors? I remember years ago, the Olander Foundation, I think, gave a substantial amount. For large contributors, the match is not an incentive, it's the smaller contributors.
I think principally the match is used to incentivize a greater number of individuals to give. And so while it might be beneficial to larger donors, certainly it is important for us to incentivize a greater number of individuals to give. And as you incentivize those greater number of individuals to give, you build your base of individuals that become major gift donors in the future.
Right, that's helpful. I'm a little bit over my time. Thank you. I don't have any other questions on development. I do have other questions. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, first of all, good to see you. Thank you for being here and thank you for all the work that has happened under your leadership. University of District of Columbia remains a premier institution, a bright star for the District of Columbia, and we are certainly proud to have such an amazing institution in our community and the work you do, and the students you produce that give back and do work in this city. I just wanted to ask, because I am chair of facilities here at the council, about the DC archives and the plans regarding the archives and sort of the new plans. I guess my question was originally, originally the archives was supposed to be, I think, a significant point of attraction too, and I think pride for the University of District of Columbia. Is the university disappointed it will no longer be on campus? And will it limit students and scholars' ability to fully utilize the world-class research facility?
Yeah, I think, it's an interesting dynamic for us as an institution, right? Because we were very excited, right, about having that facility on our campus, and you talked about some of the benefits. But if it's not on our campus, I think the replacement facility would be student housing, right? So I'm equally excited about that, right? But to your other question, yeah, the access to the archives and the research facilities for our students and faculty, right? It would have been very convenient to have that on our campus. So that's going to be lost. What we would push for, right, is to continue to have a relationship with the archives, no matter where it's located.
Okay.
But I think as an institution, we hopefully will benefit from the new plan for that space.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, actually, students helped, I think, design.
Yes.
When the original designs, they actually got input from
Yes.
UDC students around it, the archives. And so I know that there was an excitement there for it.
Yeah.
The new plans, in the new budget calls for sort of the city doing the work that needs to happen to set the groundwork for student housing. What is you all's plan as far as using that space for housing? I mean, what year would you begin construction? What year would you start producing the student housing on that property? And what is that accounted for? The work that needs to happen now that it's not an archives, is that accounted for in this year's budget?
Okay. No, thank you. And I'll answer part of that, and then I'll ask our CEO to talk a little bit about the timing piece. But in terms of the project itself, so there's several steps that would have to happen, right, before a residence hall facility is in place. So one is, Mr. Chair, you mentioned this earlier, we have to demolish the current building, right? And so I'll let the CEO talk about that timing, right? But that's one piece. And then what we would have to do is to conduct an assessment to identify how we would fund the project, right? It looks like it certainly would be some type of public-private partnership. And so we would spend, right, this year and the next year, right, working through that, working with external partners to sort that out. And so those are the steps, right? And if we can get that in place, then the project starts. But I'll let the CEO add in to see if you had any info about what does the timing look like in the ideal situation.
So again, I appreciate that. And the president alluded to this earlier, it's really the demolition. That's the first step. And it's our position, there's a contract in place already. There's also permitting that has been done by DGS.
That's right.
For the demolition of the building when it was going for this purpose of the archives. So it's our position that as opposed to the university having to recreate the wheel and starting to look for permitting and contractors, we would look for DGS to actually take that on, cover that cost in terms of, or we would cover the cost if it's in our budget, and doing the demolition. And again, that would help to expedite the project. So that would be the first step. The second step is the president, along with the university as a whole, has already started doing significant work as it pertains to that of student housing and what that actually would mean for the institution. We do have some contractors on board that we have been working with in terms of looking to say, okay, what are the various sites that we can have student housing? We've now moved away from that and focusing on building 41, which was the initial site. So a lot of the work has already began. We have done student assessment in terms of looking to see, is there really a need? And you heard some of that testimony today.
Correct.
So again, I think we are further ahead. We're not starting from scratch. The demolition will be the first step. We have done some of the due diligence already in terms of what that looks like. We're also working with a contractor right now in terms of looking at what the design bill would be and what the cost of that would be. the president mentioned P3. That is significant for the institution because we understand the current condition of the district. So we would want to look to really do a P3 where it's not putting a significant burden on the district to help support that independently. When we speak in terms of timeframes, and I'll wrap it up, the demolition, we would hope that the demolition could be completed in 2026. And we will look in conjunction to that, we will continue to do the work that we're doing with the consultant in terms of looking at the design bill. So we hope to get that design bill as well completed in 2026. I believe that there's sufficient budget in the current budget to complete not only the demolition, but the first step in the design bill. And some of that work has already begun.
And so maybe in a perfect world, you know, fall 28, fall 29, right? It would be a time frame to cut the ribbon.
Understood. Okay, great. Yeah. I mean, we just have to make a decision. I mean, the decision is sort of timed down to us to no longer use the location for archives. And so I just wanted to get a sense of, you know, regardless, this was on your campus. And so sort of any plans that come along with it, making sure that you all are involved in it and there's a real clear plan for this as we decide sort of as a council whether we agree with that decision or want to move forward in support of the mayor's new plan regarding it. So thank you.
No, thank you. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to ask a little bit more with regard to Building 41. Is Building 41 currently vacant?
Yes.
And who's paying for the demolition? Is that coming out of the archives project or is that a separate account?
Yeah, so my understanding is moving forward in the FY26 budget, the mayor proposed $20 million to UDC, that the demolition funding is included in that 20 million allocation. So that money would need to be used to complete the demolition of the building.
So you would be paying for it in the sense that it's the UDC capital budget.
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier I asked you, you said there was 56 million. That 20 in your capital improvement plan for 6 years, that 56 does not include the 20 million.
No, it's included in that. So in FY23, there's a total of 43 million. 20 of the 43 is for this project.
You said FY23.
No, FY26. In FY26, there's 43 million. 20 million of the 43 million is for this project.
Okay, so then actually, going back to my earlier line of questioning, you said $56 million is in the 6-year CIP, 43 for next year and 13 the following year, at $10 million reduction from the previously approved amount, but actually it would be greater than that because we didn't previously put 20 million in your budget for demolition.
Well, comparing the total that was approved,
I understand.
right, it's a $10 million difference, but money was shifted around between projects. 28 million went away and 20 was added, and then other funds were shifted.
But the point is that it's more than in terms of the UDC projects that we approve funding next year, the reduction is more than 10 million. It's 10 million.
Oh, you're talking about in FY26 specifically.
Or in the CIP.
Well, no, I believe the dollar amount difference is 10 million, right? Isn't that right? Comparing.
Was 10 million, how much is the demolition? Do you know?
No, but the demolition wasn't in our budget previously though.
Correct.
Right.
How much is the demolition?
I don't know what I was told it's less than 20 million, but I don't know how much that would cost.
Okay. I would hope it's less, but let's say
let's
the demolition is 10 million.
Okay.
So the 43 million for next year is actually 33 million plus 10 million for demolition. If
That's
10
one way
million
to
is
look
right.
at it, yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And the CIP that we approved last year didn't have the 10 million for demolition, so you've
Yeah,
lost.
your point is that the impact is greater than 10.
It's greater than.
Oh,
10
yeah, I
million.
would agree with you. Yes, sir.
Before the mayor released her budget, when was your expectation that building 41 would be demolished?
I didn't have a timeline, but I can tell you the project had been underway, right? And so I believe DGS has been in charge of the project. And so visually, you can see that work has been done, and we would ask and get periodic updates. I don't know if I ever got a timeline. I just knew that the work was proceeding, right? And then from afar, it looked as if it had paused for a little while. But I just don't know what the original timeline was. I think well, actually, let me think. No, the specific date that I recall was at one point there was going to be a formal a ribbon cutting, right, to signify the start of the demolition, right, and that was going to be sometime in fall 2024. But I don't recall what the initial completion timeline was.
We're past that.
Yeah. But I'm saying in my mind, like there was a date that's the only date that I can recall where I'm like saying, oh yeah, here's an event that's going to happen related to the project. I don't know what the projected completion timeline was at the beginning of the project.
Would you give me, following this hearing, give me an itemization of the capital improvement projects that we approved last year? And I mean, I'm looking for a list of like, I'm going to say 12.
Yes, 12. That's
Might
right.
be a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't need more detail than that.
Okay.
And like the Bacchus expansion, I
Sure.
think was one of them, purchase of Old Congress Heights, and the years.
Gotcha.
And then give me what's in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
So
Yes,
I
sir.
can make a good comparison.
Okay, will do.
The community college faces about a $10 million cut in the proposed budget. How is that cut going to support, how's that going to work? Why isn't that really hard on the community college?
Yeah, you want to talk about those cuts?
Right. Chair Mendelson, I can take that question. So this is primarily a budget structure change. So in the community college, there was an activity called plant operations, which was essentially the facilities and facilities maintenance for community college specific facilities.
Yeah.
However, there is an office of facilities and real estate management that's under the agency management programs that effectively manages all those contracts and activities. And so there was a budget structure change that was approved by the mayor's budget office to reallocate that funding from that plant operations activity under agency management programs for them to more effectively and efficiently manage all of the facilities related operations. So it's a net zero change for the university. It's just shifting to a different program.
Showing up in, I just looked at it.
E0
Capital
capital assets and real estate.
capital assets and real estate, yeah. That still leaves about a $1.1 million reduction in student achievement.
Yes, so that is also another budget restructuring. So those are the positions and non-personnel funding were moved to various activities under student development and success, under career services, student life and services, and student success or student services administration. So for similar reasons, those positions were previously housed within the budget under the community college, but they are moved to those various activities in student services to more effectively and efficiently manage those activities and consolidate them.
So essentially, there was not a reduction to the community college.
That's correct.
Give me a second. So agency management as a program is increasing by almost 20 million. This is a horrible thing I'm about to say. Is that just bloat at the top?
So this is primarily related to those budget structure changes that we just discussed.
Yes, well, capital assets and real
Right.
estate we talked about, but there's also financial services is growing by 5 million, 5.4 million, and chief operating officer, with all due respect,
Yeah,
is
and-
growing by 6.1 million.
Yeah, and let me give you a general comment and then give you the specifics. So one of the things that you're hearing is we have worked to increase operational efficiency and effectiveness by doing a couple of things. One is centralizing services as much as we can. So rather than having decentralized student services and other functions, we are working to centralize them. And so you see shifts in terms of how functions are categorized from an administrative and budgetary perspective. So that's one of the observations that you're making. And then we're undergoing some administrative reorg. And so some functions have been moved over the last year. So for example, procurement, I moved it under operations in the past year. And so that may be reflected in the information that you're looking at. And I'll let Mr. Kano give you the specifics.
Yes, that's correct. So in addition to the increase in capital assets and real estate, the strategic sourcing and procurement moved from under the university president into agency management programs. And then the increase in the chief operating officer is also a consolidation. There was an elimination of the business and finance affairs activity that was essentially managed by the Office of the Chief Operating Officer anyway, and that was consolidated and shifted there. So that is nearly half of the increase there. There's also an increase in federal grant funding for Title III carryover funds that were consolidated under that office as well.
And so Title III as an example, right, to your question about bloat, it's a function that moved from operations into the Office of the President. And so I would expect you would see an increase, right, in terms of a representation of the function from a budgetary perspective, but it was just a shift from one unit to another.
Okay. Last year, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, the council adopted or funded a Pathways to Behavioral Health program at UDC. Is that on track to be fully operational by this fall?
Yeah, well, it's not on track to start accepting students this fall. One of the key steps that we've been waiting on, or I'm not going to say not waiting on, but that has to occur is approval by the accrediting body. And so we have submitted information for the first phase. We got feedback. I think that submission was in January of this year. We got some feedback and resubmitted in response to the feedback. We're currently awaiting feedback so that we can move to phase 2. And then that would allow us to proceed with our internal curriculum approval process and continue moving through the accreditation process. And then I believe the dates, the upcoming dates for when the accrediting body will be able to accept requests are in the summer and later in the fall. And so we're basically following their process. And so at this point, it looks like the earliest we may be able to enroll students is in the fall 26. And so that's what our plan looks like. But it's dependent on their approval of the program.
So when were you projecting
Yeah.
accepting students?
Yeah, well, we've always said that our initial ideal timeline was fall 25. I mean, and then, but we've always acknowledged, right, that was dependent on the CSEE process. And so we've just been moving through that process and trying to anticipate the earliest we could begin based on the information we're getting back and how that process works. So then we also say, hey, you know what, it's possible we could start spring 26. And so now it looks like fall 26 is the targeted date.
Is there any way to accelerate that?
Well,
you and I
I can't tell you specifically based on that agency. I can tell you from my prior experience, no, right, dealing with the accrediting bodies because they have a process and a timeline. And I don't know if it's even accurate to say we're behind schedule, right? We're following the accreditation process. And you know, we're in line with that is how I would describe it. But it would have been ideal to launch it this fall. Yes, that's what we had hoped for originally.
Well, is part of the delay that you thought everything was good for accreditation in January and there's been this iterative process?
Well, I think that so I don't know if it's accurate to call it a delay, right? I mean, it's a process, and under the ideal set of circumstances, right, we were saying, hey, the quickest we can get it is fall 25. But I don't think the process has not been followed. I just think that it's a process that takes some time. And so now, right, given where we are, and given the accrediting body meets, you know, they have fixed dates when they take up requests for review, our projection is trending towards fall 26. But, you know, we've been hiring the positions that we'll need to build the program, support it, program director, et cetera. So we're moving. We've been using the funding to support students in related programs as allowed. So it's just really moving through that accreditation process is what dictates the launch date.
Okay, you do know we are anxious to see that.
Yes, sir, I know. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Going back to budget numbers, you have a line EO4118 enrollment services. That's going up by 13 million. That sounds good. What is it?
Yes, this change is primarily attributed to increases in federal grant awards such as Pell Grants, Work Study, Job Locator. So federal grants are driving that increase.
Are Pell Grants looking okay these days with what Congress and the White House are doing?
I tell you, it's a very uncertain time with respect to Pell Grants. I think from my understanding of what's in the current proposed budget, there are going to be some shifts in eligibility for Pell Grants. We have not yet determined the direct impact on UDC, but I do expect to see some shifts in terms of students who are eligible. Some of those changes could help UDC because I think there's an effort, for example, to broaden the eligibility for students to get short-term credentials supported by Pell Grants, as an example. But it's a little early for us to know exactly how we'll be impacted, but there'll definitely be some shifts in the broader landscape around Pell Grant eligibility.
And you mentioned some other grants.
Yes, work study, job locator, those are marginal increases as compared to the Pell Grant, though.
Okay. The council has also funded this program, which is called Higher Education Incentive Scholarship Program. HEI, this relates to the early childhood educator. How does that program look? That's a very general question.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll probably get more specific.
Yeah, I think the person who testified earlier provided some accurate perspective around the program. Dean reports that the program is operating well. It's strong. There's still large interest in the program. It's been successful. Fall 2024, there were approximately 560 students in the program. And so everything that I've seen, and this includes conversations I've had with the dean, is that the program is functioning well.
In the fall of 2024, 560?
Yes.
How about in the fall of 25?
I don't have that data, but the fall hasn't occurred. We use fall 25. We use the fall numbers as census.
Yeah.
So spring 25, we can get you that number.
But the 560 was fall of 24.
The last fall. Right. Mhm.
24.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yeah.
we haven't gotten to fall of 25.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. What about fall of 23? Do you have that?
I don't have it in front of me, but we can get that to you.
So is enrollment going up? I think that's where I'm.
Oh,
getting
yeah.
at.
I want to say yes. Let me just get you the number. I don't want to tell you something that's incorrect, but my sense is that it's either increasing or stable, but we'll get you that number.
Is there a waiting list?
Now that I don't know, but we can get you that answer.
So the program's going well, and there's nothing that the council needs to do.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that.
I did say that.
No, I said I wouldn't say. Yeah, I mean, I would say that in terms of what the council could do, just continue to support it in the great way that you have. We'd be very appreciative.
Okay, and then the program, of course, is included in your budget for next year.
Yes, sir.
The federal government has indicated that it wants to stop some grants. I can't remember what the grants are. They're research grants.
Yes, sir.
Can you remind me what the grants are?
Yeah, so at UDC specific, there have been 4 grant awards that have been impacted thus far. The federal government has targeted grants that fit certain criteria that they were targeting as being deemed not in alignment with the priorities anymore. And so there are 4 projects that we get 2 direct funded from NSF, and then 2 are what we call subawards, or where another institution gets the grant, and then a UDC researcher gets a grant that's passed from them to us. So there have been a total of 4 of those projects thus far that have been canceled.
And they've been canceled.
Yes, sir.
How much money are we talking about?
I believe, let me see, call the grants. I want to say the total is about 400,000. I can get you the exact number.
Now, a number of states have filed suit against the federal government. Why did UDC decline to get involved in the litigation?
Well, we determined that it's not in our best interest. I think as the president, I would like to be in a position and have a posture that I want to be proactive in pursuing fundings that align with where the federal government is prioritizing allocations. And I just didn't feel like it was in our best interest to, at this time, pursue litigation against NSF.
Did you just say that you want UDC to pursue grants that align with?
Where they're gonna grant funds, right? So NSF is gonna prioritize areas like workforce development. I want us to go get those increased funding dollars and have a focus on that.
So aligning, I got confused. Aligning means a lot of things these days.
Yeah.
Aligning with the kind of programming that we want, or aligning with what the federal government is asserting the law requires?
No, I'm a chemist. I'm a simple chemist. Right? You gotta remember that, Mr. Chair. I'm just talking about grant funding and funding priorities. And so every federal funding agency that makes grant awards available, they identify what they call priorities. And they say, hey, here are the areas where we're going to allocate the bulk of our funding. And they send a message, to the higher ed and research community. And then we work to develop proposals aligned with those priorities.
And those priorities could be like workforce or
Exactly.
like early child educator.
Yeah. So we're
Right,
hearing
that's what I mean by
workforce.
priorities.
Yeah. So we've been told already workforce is a priority moving forward for the federal government. So I'm using that as an example to say, what I'm telling our people internally is, hey, let's try to be proactive in targeting our research towards where the feds are going to invest more funding in.
Okay, so that's what you meant.
Yes, sir.
But, and what's confusing me is that what I'm hearing with different district government agencies is that different federal agencies are saying, well, we want you to align with our policy on DEI, for example. That's not what you're talking about.
No, I hadn't made any references to that at all.
Okay,
yeah.
but so when you, and the NSF grants total about 400,000. And so when you get a grant award of $1 million with workforce, what are you going to do when they say, well, now you've got to agree to all these non-grant related policy assertions that are being made by the federal government?
Well,
I think you know what I mean.
I do. I see. I'm trying to
So what
dance
do you-
around it too. My position is always to follow the law. And I'm speaking as the president, right, not as a citizen. But I think it's in the best interest of the institution that I keep us aligned with, the guidelines, right. And so, if at any point that we're not aligned, I think it's my responsibility to make sure that we are aligned, right, and then work in alignment with the local government as well. But in terms of grant funding, right, is a step-by-step process, right? If what you say happens, we'll have to figure out how to address that at that time.
Well, I'll say that I think we should push back. Now, let's be a little judicious about that. I don't mean that broadly or without giving some thought, but I
Yeah.
think we push back. And I appreciate that there's some universities that are pushing back. Now, of course, there's a lot more money involved, which means they have a lot more to lose. But on the other hand, I think that some of these assertions are illegal, I guess is the way I would put it. I found it interesting, a news report yesterday. I'm wandering for a second here. A news report that quoted the White House press office saying that criticizing the court for activist judges who are activist judges, and my reaction is, well, actually, no, it's illegal actions that the court is saying are illegal. Maybe I've said enough on that for the moment. Maybe I've provoked my colleague. Do you have any questions? Any more questions?
No, I just want to make sure for the follow-up, if you all could just give me any information on sort of what the new plans or what the plans for Building 41 will look like and sort of projected budget outlook for what that will look like. I'm I'm only asking just because basically everything had already been done, with the archives, and we've put a lot of money into it. And so we were looking at a building that would have been ready in 2026. You would have had a completed building 41 in 26, and now I'm not sure what that new outline will look. Building permits were already pulled, a contractor was already selected, so that whole entire process will have to happen again. It's sort of, as far as building 41 goes on campus, it takes you all back to sort of a demolished building with nothing there, and then having to start that process over again. So as we make the decision whether we want to go backwards or we want to go forwards, seeing an outlook from you all is what I need to be able to make a decision as facility chair.
Okay, no, thank you for that. We'll
Thank
get
you.
that to you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I have the a more exact number on that NSF funding that we lost. I think I said around 400,000, but it looks like it's 358,000.
Okay. Any other questions? I think I am out of questions for the moment. You took notes on things you're following up on.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Lewis George regarding the plans for Building 41, the CIP that we adopted last year, and as proposed, you were going to get me more detail on the federal grants, not just the federal grants, the 18 million.
Yes.
Some more information on the higher education incentive. I'm really looking at enrollment numbers, including if there's a waiting list and projected enrollment numbers. There might be a couple other things I didn't mention. Yeah, I mentioned capital improvement.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Appreciate it, and staff. Thank you.
We're going to turn now to the deputy mayor. Yes, the deputy mayor, and we have got roughly 30 witnesses before we actually get to the deputy mayor. So let me call witnesses. I'm probably going to go through the list until there are 4 people at the table. Christian Lawson, student actor, Children's Legacy Theater. Katrina Owens, executive director of DC Scores. Andrea Tobin, executive director, Kid Power. Danielle Robinette. Emma Kelly, organizer, Keep Pre-Keep. No, P-Keep. Keep P-Keep. Michael Rodriguez, Chief Executive Officer, St. Coletta's. Brianna Wallington Ferguson, Director of Program Operations, Higher Achievement. Aaron Bebo, Vice President, City Works. Angela Jones. Axel Orellana. Apprentice with City Works, also apprentice Jubai Brown Weaver. Mita Sharma Holt, Executive Director of the Fishing School. Jorge. I just heard Jorge Membrano is not testifying. Cameron Poles. Donnie Cousins. Nairi Jenkins. Laura Maestas, CEO DC Prep. Shannon Hodge. Justin Lessick. Maybe what I will do is stop there. You are I know I just called your name. I don't see. Yeah. Okay. Give me just a second.
I'm gonna run and get testimony.
Oh, I'm at the back at the top of the list. Christian Lawson. Well, you're up, so please begin. And turn the microphone on.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I'm Christian Lawson, a 17-year-old from Ward 8, and I attend the Children's Legacy Theater program. Being in this program has allowed me to gain a new interest in acting and singing. When I first heard about the program, I felt unsure about it because I did not want to be put in the spotlight. However, one day I got a call from my auntie who had told me they had an opportunity for me to be in an upcoming play. From then on, I auditioned and was casted as a main character in the play. Preparing for the play helped me to work on my remembering skills, and even though I was nervous about acting in front of a big crowd, I did it. But it was done perfectly without forgetting any line. The best thing about Children's Legacy Theater is the amount of support and guidance we receive in the program. This program allows us students to work on our maturity, learn about our history as Black and Brown individuals, and use our voices to help lead songs we sing. Furthermore, this program provides students with food, something that not many people have available to them. Children's Legacy Theater has done a lot for students who are a lot like me. We are grateful that this upcoming budget wasn't cut. However, the thought of the budget cuts for years to come is a threat. Losing my OST program would mean I wouldn't be able to continue developing my strong passion for acting and singing, and it would take away the joy for communities that don't have enough to travel long distances to see amazing plays. As passionate as I am about my program, there are students who are in school, community, and rec center-based programs who will feel crushed by the budget cuts to their amazing programs. Please, protect the $27 million for OST office grants, protect summer grants and building use costs, and make sure that DCPS and DEPR spaces can be free for community-based OST programs so that our community can prosper even in the darkest of times.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawson. Katrina Owens.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Katrina Owens, and I'm the Executive Director at DC Scores. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and have been working with DC Scores as a teacher coach and on staff since 2002. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DC Scores. We are a nonprofit serving more than 3,500 district kids at 68 DC public and public charter schools through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs, which we offer at no cost to families or schools. We are a legacy of the 1994 World Cup and are celebrating our 30th anniversary of serving kids in the district. We'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for the continued investment in OST in this FY26 budget. Consistent multi-year funding grants as the Learn24 Office Awards are critical to ensuring that government investments in community-based organizations translate into consistent, high-quality programming for district youth. We ask you to protect this funding for out-of-school time. We want to thank the Deputy Mayor and Learn24 Office for their continued support and for creating opportunities to provide feedback. We also ask both the DME and DCPS to ensure that the cost of providing security for free after-school programs will be covered next year. We hope that together we are able to find a long-term solution for security costs during the out-of-school time. OST programs are more than just a stopgap for unsupervised hours. They're a powerful, proactive investment in a child's life. And OST programs have a measurable impact on their physical health, academic success, and overall well-being. Here are some of our stats of impact. We ask the council to recognize the impact of our work together and protect OST funding during this tough budget cycle. In partnership with the city, programs like DC Scores make government dollars go further. In order to provide high-quality programming at no cost to families or schools, DC Scores raises more than $3 for every dollar received from a government agency. To demonstrate what OST programming such as DC Scores means to our kids, I would like to share a poem written and performed by DC Scores poet athletes at Brooklyn Middle School during their town hall on gun violence reduction, a part of their service learning project this spring. The poem is untitled. In the hush before sunrise, hope tiptoes through the dawn, but somewhere distant, thunder means another life is gone. A playground left in silence, a classroom marked by fear, a family's table missing a voice they hold so dear. Gunfire leaves its shadow on every street and soul, turning dreams to ashes, leaving hearts with holes. We count the names and candles, we march and mourn and pray, longing for a future when peace will light the way. Let's build a world of kindness where children laugh and run, where love is stronger than anger and healing has begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Andrea Tobin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Andrea Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power, a nonprofit supporting nearly 1,000 youth across DC through after school, summer, community mentoring, health and wellness, and high-impact tutoring. In the last 2 months, I've received dozens of panicked messages from parents desperate to secure an OST spot for their child next school year. One mom wrote, "I'm a single working mom. I can't manage without this program." OST is more than a service. It's a lifeline for families. These programs have proven to improve public safety, provide essential peace of mind, and give youth critical academic, social, emotional skills. Yet many providers are under threat. Federal cuts and shifting priorities have stripped us of AmeriCorps and high-impact tutoring funds alone in the last 2 months. They've increased trauma in our communities. These challenges jeopardize the safe, stable spaces for our youth and our families. That's why I'm deeply grateful to Mayor Bowser for prioritizing OST in the FY26 budget. We asked the council to protect these funds and prioritize reoccurring funds. We recognize we're in a tight budget season. There are pain in our schools and our communities. We're all being asked to do more with less. Yet, multi-year funding multiplies our impact. It builds trust with schools, youth, and families, creates budgeting and staffing efficiencies, and attracts critical private dollars. These investments work. Last year, 87% of our students reported increased confidence, 84% felt positive about their future, 66 showed marked improvements in classroom and behavior and academic motivation. Our students consistently outperformed their peers in tests and attendance. But the impact goes beyond academics. Research shows relationships are the single most important driver of youth thriving, yet fewer than half of youth report having one. And 1 in 5 feel like they don't matter to anyone in their community. Yet with strong relationships, youth are 3 times more likely to feel hopeful about their future, attend school consistently, and resolve peaceful conflicts peacefully. Community-based organizations like Kid Power fill critical gaps in youth development by leveraging local relationships, fostering mentorship, and providing safe spaces during out-of-school times. We keep kids engaged, supported, and off the streets when they're most vulnerable. By providing spaces where youth feel seen, heard, and valued, our youth thrive and give back to their peers and communities. One of our youth leaders recently told us, "I'll help everyone with their homework, and if you're lonely, I'll be your friend." Another student shared, "With the unwavering support of this program, I am empowered to transform my personal struggles into a catalyst for change for others." We're extremely grateful for the partnership and support from Learn24 and DCPS that have allowed us to provide this consistent local support free of cost for the last 22 years. Together, we will help every young person in the DC feel like they matter and give them the confidence to ignite their learning. We urge the council to protect and strengthen OST funding in FY26 and beyond. Thank you so much for your commitment and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin. And it would help if we had a copy of your statement.
Yes, absolutely.
Danielle Robinette.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee members, and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed FY26 budget for the Deputy Mayor of Education. Please note that my full written testimony also includes discussion of the budgets for PCSB and DCPCS. To start, we were glad to see the mayor propose a 2.7% increase in the UPSFF foundation rate. We also appreciate the mayor's proposed 3.1% increase to the charter facilities allotments. Increases to the UPSFF and the facilities allotments will support school quality across the district, and we encourage the council to maintain them. For the next few years, the district's education sector is going to have to do more with less, and there is no easy way to do this. However, we urge the committee to remember that investments in education are investments in DC's future. Proposals to create new jobs for DC residents must be accompanied by education investments that ensure that DC students are prepared to fill those roles. We must ensure that DC students are thoroughly prepared for the future that the district is trying to build for them. Recognizing the limitations of the current budget climate, we recommend that the committee and those education agencies with oversight responsibilities ensure that existing programs are being implemented with fidelity so that DC students are getting the most out of the dollars the city invests in education. With this in mind, we urge the committee to ensure stability and continuity in the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Strong leadership and coordination from DME will be crucial to ensuring the district's education sector is operating as efficiently as possible during periods of lean budgets. We were glad to see that the mayor's proposed budget largely maintains DME's operating budget and FTE count. We are hopeful that this level funding will allow the office to maintain recent momentum on improving student attendance and supporting students in the care of DC. As we testified during performance oversight, the DME has been charged with the difficult task of gathering, organizing, and facilitating cooperation among disparate agencies to develop a comprehensive response and system of supports for students facing barriers to regular school attendance. This leadership has reinvigorated the Everyday Counts Task Force, which has met consistently throughout FY25. We are hopeful that level funding will prevent any regression and absenteeism work and will allow the DME to continue their active leadership at the district's response. As such, we urge the committee to preserve the agency management budget line and FTE count within DME's budget. Regarding the SCDC Coordinating Committee, we are happy to report that the Coordinating Committee has been making steady progress since our oversight testimony. The working groups are meeting regularly and developing proposals to address barriers faced by students in care. The mayor's budget would maintain funding for SCDC in FY26, which we hope will ensure the continued progress of the committee. We urge the council to ensure that the proposed SCDC funding level is preserved and that DME sustains the long-awaited momentum on work supporting students furthest from opportunity. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Emma Kelly.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the fiscal year 26 budget, specifically on the importance of funding for early childhood education. I understand it is a tough budget environment, but I ask that the council fully fund early childhood education. I am a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a kindergartner and a DCPS and a 2.5-year-old who is currently in daycare at Barbara Chambers, which is also a CBO that is part of the PKEEP program. My youngest will be entering pre-K in the coming school year. I testified before this committee in March of this year when there were rumors that there may be cuts to the PKEEP program that provides pre-K to district residents through CBOs. I'm grateful that the mayor decided to keep PKEEP in our fiscal year 26 budget, but I lament that the program is not being fully funded and that there's a $1.7 million cut to the program. This cut would negatively impact CBO's ability to help districts' children. I ask that the council fully fund PKEEP in the budget. I have personally seen the benefits of PKEEP in providing accessible, excellent pre-K when my eldest attended Barbara Chambers for pre-K. PKEEP provides funds to CBOs to close the gaps in pre-K 3 and 4 coverage across DC, where I live in Ward 1. There is overutilization of pre-K slots, which make it more important to have CBOs to close the gap. Many tax-paying district residents with small children, myself included, stay in DC versus moving to the Maryland or Virginia suburbs because of universal pre-K and the relief they receive from the high cost of childcare when their child turns 3. Studies have shown that private sector employment increases and parents' earnings increase with universal pre-K. Making pre-K inaccessible to working parents would eliminate these gains in economic activity. Specifically in DC, a recent report shows that a lack of access to affordable childcare leads to $252 million in lost wages, $79 million in cost to employers, and $64 million in lost tax revenue. The CBO model is also critical to offering cost-effective childcare options to parents of children under 3. PKEEP makes it financially feasible to offer infant-toddler childcare services as the cost of care for very young children is higher. Without PKEEP funding, parents will likely face higher tuition for infant and toddler care in facilities across DC. Facilities may close, and DC could lose valuable childcare jobs. Childcare in DC is heavily interconnected and is a delicate balance that requires sustained investment by DC in not only PKEEP, but childcare subsidies and the Pay Equity Fund. Without this support, CBOs cannot provide pre-K or infant and toddler services to the district's residents. In the mayor's budget, there's a $5.6 million cut to the childcare subsidy program, and there needs to be at least a $15 million increase to the childcare subsidy program, or else there may be disruption for care for children currently enrolled. There are just 12,200 infant toddler early learning seats available and 23,000 children under 3 in DC. The subsidy program spurs the creation of new childcare spots by providing guaranteed funding for those slots. The mayor's budget also underfunds the Pay Equity Fund by $10 million in fiscal year 26 and then eliminates the program in future years. The Pay Equity Fund, PKEEP CBO assistant teachers and aides, as well as infant and toddler teachers are paid fair wages. There's real concern that teachers could leave the field and classrooms could close. In closing, I ask the council to fully fund PKEEP, childcare subsidies, and the Pay Equity Fund to preserve and enhance educational opportunities for children and economic opportunities for families in the district. In the future, I hope the council and mayor's office can work with parents, educators, and administrators to find permanent solutions to funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Michael Rodriguez.
Yes. Good day, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Mike Rodriguez, and I represent the St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School, where we serve 250 children and adults with intellectual disabilities and autism. Our students, ages 3 to 22, come from all 8 wards of the district. Thank you for the $2.2 million in supplemental funding for FY24 and FY25. That support helped partially cover the services required by our students' IEPs. Services that are not funded under the current UPSFF. These include 132 one-to-one dedicated aides, 15 speech-language pathologists, 11 occupational therapists, 6 behavior analysts and RBTs, 5 nurses plus 4 LPNs assigned to individual students each and every day, 4 physical therapists, 4 social workers, 2 vision specialists, and 2 assistive technology specialists. All of this within one school. These supports are not optional. They are legally mandated. And unlike other public schools, our cost structure can shift dramatically year to year. This year, for example, we added 16 students who each require a full-time aide, resulting in nearly $1 million in new costs for FY25 alone. The 2023 School Funding Adequacy Study acknowledged this challenge, citing the, quote, extraordinary costs, end quote, of serving the highest need students with disabilities. It recommended a new UPSFF weight for these students. On January 15, 2025, the UPSFF Working Group unanimously endorsed that recommendation, proposing a level 5 weight for students receiving more than 24 hours of both specialized services and full-time aid support per week. St. Coletta currently serves 132 students who meet that criteria. The next highest school in the district serves 25. At the October 30th working group meeting, members agreed that our students' safety, health, and learning are the most threatened by the current underfunding. We do not understand why the group's final report has yet to be released. We do understand the fiscal pressures at play, but those pressures do not remove our legal obligations or the need for a long-term funding solution. St. Coletta has been resourceful and fiscally responsible. We've restructured operations and added funding streams. But despite all of that, we are facing a projected $2.6 million deficit in FY26. This is unsustainable. We respectfully and urgently ask the council to continue supplemental funding in FY26 and require implementation of the level 5 UPS-FF classification in FY27. Without that support, critical services for our students remain at risk. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I may have a question for you when we're done with this group of witnesses. Brianna Wallington Ferguson?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council, so thank you in advance for this time. My name is Brianna Wallington Ferguson, and I am the Director of Program Operations at Higher Achievement. Today, I am testifying about the importance of the funding we received through the Deputy Mayor of Education's office. Higher Achievement is an out-of-school time program connecting middle school students across DC to opportunities that help them succeed in high school and beyond. I can proudly speak firsthand to the power and impact Higher Achievement has on middle schoolers, since I was a scholar in the program at our Kelly Miller Middle School site from 4th to 8th grade, which still operates today. Higher Achievement changed the trajectory of my life. As a Black girl raised by a single mother in Southeast DC, I needed a space where I felt safe, seen, and supported, and Higher Achievement gave me exactly that. Through mentoring and study hall, I worked with caring adults who didn't just support my academic success, they nurtured my growth in social and emotional learning, helping me build the confidence I needed to pursue my dreams far beyond middle school. Community meetings introduced me to social justice principles and created space for me to use my voice, engaging in critical conversations about the issues affecting me and my community. Electives offered a chance to explore my interests outside the classroom. These experiences helped me better understand who I am and, more importantly, who I want to become. Field trips and college trips opened my eyes to possibilities I hadn't imagined and gave me the belief that I belonged in those spaces too. Higher Achievement was more than an after-school program. It was a launching pad. It helped me see myself as capable, powerful, and worthy of success. That's why investing in programs like Higher Achievement isn't just funding education, it's funding opportunity and the future of DC. These opportunities would not have been possible without Higher Achievement and the support I received from Higher Achievement staff and mentors. And I am not the only one. Since we were founded in 1975, thousands and thousands of middle school students have graduated from our program. We pride ourselves on combining the head and the heart, rigorous academic support, high school readiness mentoring, and strong relationships with caring adults provided at just the right time in a young person's academic, social, and emotional development. 2 randomized controlled trials have shown that what I've always known, Higher Achievement makes a difference. The results from these studies show that we positively impact grade outcomes, test scores, and high school placement results. More recent data shows that 95% of scholars who graduate from Higher Achievement graduate high school on time, and 90% of scholars feel safe and a sense of belonging when at Higher Achievement. This sense of belonging that scholars feel cannot be underscored enough. We need young people showing up to school, and we see that our scholars are 4 times less likely to be chronically absent than their peers. It's our belief that when middle schoolers feel a connection to their after-school program, they are more likely to attend school. We are longtime DCPS partners and deeply value the collaborative relationships we have built with our host schools. We currently operate in 4 DCPS middle schools: Ida B. Wells Middle School, Brooklyn Middle School, Elliott High Middle School, and Kelly Miller Middle School. And we'll be expanding to Achievement Prep in Ward 8 next fall. It costs Higher Achievement approximately $150,000 a year to operate each site, and we do not charge families to have their child participate. As we are all aware, budgets are very tight and the funding landscape is extremely unpredictable. Programs like Higher Achievement and countless other OST providers who are doing incredibly important work must continue to rely on local funding in order to not only sustain, but to thrive. Being in middle school is tough, and our young people are facing enormous challenges, and the role OST programs play is vital. Funding from the DME allows us to operate one full achievement center. If we were to lose this funding, we would very likely have to close the center and shut our doors to 60 middle school students and families. This is not what we want, not what scholars and their families want, and not what principals want.
Ms. Ferguson, I'm going to
Yes.
have to cut you off. You're
Okay.
about 2 minutes over your time.
Okay.
But I do have
Thank
your.
you. No, just thank you for your consideration. And if you have any questions or matters you would like to discuss, my contact information can be found at the bottom of my testimony. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Aaron Bebo?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee members, and staff. My name is Erin Bebo. I'm Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at CityWorks DC, a DC nonprofit focused on achieving 2 inextricably linked goals. First, that the youth and young adults of DC are better prepared for, hired into, and succeeding in the good jobs that we have in our city and region. And 2, that our local industries are more confidently relying on that local talent to meet their workforce needs. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and parent of 3 DCPS students. I'm here today to highlight the FY26 proposed investments I'm most excited about and grateful for, and as well as a few areas of concern. Let's start with the good, and here's what I'm most excited about in the mayor's proposed FY26 budget. First, the DC Office of Education through Employment Pathways data system is poised to provide us with insights such as the extent to which graduates of our publicly funded education and training programs are employed and learning and earning a living wage in our city. I can only imagine you are as excited as I am, especially at a time when it's more important than ever to smartly spend taxpayer dollars on solutions that work, to better understand which publicly funded investments actually prepare our residents for a career. The office has already delivered on its mission to provide actionable insights through the brief published yesterday that looks at alumni employment, wages, and well-being, as well as the work earlier this year that looked at UDC program alignment to the labor market. Based on my close work with employers through the Higher Local DC sector partnerships, this is exactly the type of information we need to build talent pipeline and prepare DC students for good jobs in the region. The budget's operating enhancement of $550,000 will fund maintenance and operations for this system, which will not be able to operate without this funding. I'm also grateful for the city's continued investments in the operation of the Advanced Technical Center in Ward 5 and the establishment of on-site health clinics to serve as partners and community health providers in the expansion of the ATC in Ward 8 at the St. Elizabeth's Campus East. The ATCs offer students college courses and credential-bearing pathways in high-demand fields like nursing and cybersecurity in partnership with Trinity Washington University. This is exactly the type of career asset building opportunities our students need. These are my areas of concern in the proposed FY26 budget. There appears to be a $2.6 million reduction to OSSI-funded adult education workforce programs. While the increases in UPSFF would blunt some of this impact for adult charters, it would be seriously detrimental to the community-based organization recipients such as So Others Might Eat and Catholic Charities, which are doing terrific work preparing many DC residents for good jobs. It is also difficult to tell in the budget book the extent to which cuts have been made to the DC Futures Last Dollar Scholarship and to career and technical education, both of which are administered by OSSI and both of which are fundamental to the success of the district's youth and young adults. I sincerely hope both of these programs are preserved in the FY26 budget and encourage you and your staff to get clarity on the status of both of these investments. Thank you for your continued leadership and support of important pathways investments for our city, our residents, and industry. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bebo. Angela Jones? Don't see her. Axel Orlana?
Good afternoon, Council Chair Mandelson and City Council members. I am a proud resident of Ward 4 and a 2022 graduate of Capital City Public Charter School. Before I began my apprenticeship, I planned to juggle college, a retail job, and hopefully an internship to make ends meet. While trying to break into the tech world, when I discovered CareerWise DC, I saw a pathway aligned with my financial needs and career ambitions. I joined CareerWise DC because I wanted a real work experience in my field while pursuing a bachelor's degree in computer engineering. In today's jobs market, with frequent layoffs and economic uncertainty, the stability of an apprenticeship has given me peace of mind and helped protect me from financial hardship. I now work at Limbic Systems, led by CEO Marlis Williams, and based here in DC, developing software for government contracts. My work involves programming applications and integrating cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence. While I can't speak in detail about specific projects due to client confidentiality, I'm especially proud of contributing to an application that connects multiple aspects of the tech stack, from front-end, back-end, APIs, and AI. It's been a truly interdisciplinary challenge, an incredible learning experience. This apprenticeship has given me deep understanding of full project cycles and the inner workings of tech industry. I'm not just coding, I'm part of a team solving real problems with real impact. At Limbic Systems, I am trusted as an employee and supported as a learner. The company allows me to work around my college schedule at the University of the District of Columbia, where I study computer engineering. And the mentorship I receive from both my employer and CareerWise DC has been essential, from technical coaching to help accessing emergency resources during difficult times. I've been supported in every step of the way. This apprenticeship has expanded my vision of the future. I now aspire to become a tech executive or even start my own tech company in DC and pushing DC to a technological innovation city. I've grown more confident, especially when making decisions, discussing emerging technologies, and stepping into leadership. And I'm more motivated than ever to give back to my community. To anyone who doesn't fully understand the difference between an internship and an apprenticeship, internships are usually short-term, 3 to 6 months, with limited responsibility and time for growth. On the other hand, apprenticeships are longer-term, 1 to 3 years, offer better job security, and allow for real development and advancement. It was fantastic to complete my internship at Genesis Works and then work for the organization as an apprentice when I started college. The experience has been successful because it is incredible mentor and boss Marlis Williams at Limbic System and CareerWise DC. If the district wants to stay competitive, close the poverty gap, and give more young people a real shot at success, investing in youth apprenticeship programs is one of the smartest moves that DC government can do and should lead on. Please continue supporting opportunities for young people to get hands-on applied learning and experiences in the workplace. These programs are not just about jobs, but economic mobility and equity. I'll never forget the day I accepted my apprenticeship. It was an emotional moment that reminded me that there is hope and a future I can build for myself here in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orlana. Jubei Brown Weaver?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council Chair Mendelson and City Council members. My name is Jubei Brown Weaver, and I'm a proud member of Ward 7. I'm a 2022 McKinley Technology High School graduate, and now I'm a full-time package app developer at Accenture. In 2021, as a junior in high school, I applied to the CareerWise DC Youth Apprenticeship Program. At the time, I was interested in cybersecurity, but I was unsure what my next steps were. I knew that I had to do something. I knew I needed experience, directions, and a way to learn. But I've also always known that college wasn't the path for me, which is why the apprenticeship was so perfect, and the structure of earn while you learn just worked best for me. Through a 3-year youth apprenticeship program in information technology at Accenture, I gained all of that and more. starting part-time at high school and then transitioning into full-time after graduation. I worked over 2,000 hours and earned more than 35,000 and built a broad foundation of technical and professional skills. At the completion of the apprenticeship, I applied for and got a job and continue at the firm full-time. My career-wise DC apprenticeship was what was designed to launch my career with appropriate structures like extensive training, pay, and multi-year career and wraparound support. And the most important part of my apprenticeship was that I wasn't just an intern. It really felt like I was a part of the company. I was a real employee who contributed to meaningful projects on my team and participated in countless professional and development opportunities. My apprenticeship at Accenture provided mentorship, hands-on experience, and space to grow. It helped me to develop my public speaking skills, which I now use to advocate for youth apprenticeships nationwide, which is why I'm here today. Today, I am employed full-time at Accenture as a package app developer, and I earn a good salary. Not only do I support myself, but I make enough to contribute to family expenses. Just earlier this week, I'm proud to say I was on the phone with not just my financial advisor, but with a mortgage broker speaking about loans because me and my family are looking to move. And just being a part of the apprenticeship program has helped me play a big role in that process. I've been able to truly use my finances to help those around me, those that I love most. Being financially independent is one of my biggest life goals. I might even say it's the life goal in my mind, and I'm already on a good track for that at the age of 20. Um, I commend the DC Council for supporting the critical conditions for youth apprenticeships, flexible high school schedules, workforce partnerships, engaged employers, robust CTE pathways, and the commitment to expand multiple high-quality post-secondary pathways. I want every student to have the opportunity I've had to get a head start on their careers. DC Council's investment in this work directly creates real career opportunities for young people like me, particularly in high demand fields such as tech or cybersecurity. And this opportunity wasn't just a job. It wasn't just a quick paycheck. It truly did change the trajectory of my life.
I'm going to cut you off because you're over your time.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a copy of your statement, so I don't know how much more you have. If you could provide your statement, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mita Sharma Holt.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Mendelson and staff. My remarks are brief. I want to echo some of the comments of my colleagues and others as it relates to the importance of out-of-school time and our recommendation for continued funding and priorities. I am Mita Sharma Holt. I'm the executive director of the Fishing School. We're a 35-year-old nonprofit that has always provided free, high-impact after-school and summer programs for children from low-income communities across the city. Our mission is to prepare DC's elementary-age children from low-income communities to be future-ready, equipping them with the skills and knowledge they need to thrive in tomorrow's workforce through STEM, arts, and social-emotional skill building. We focus on future-ready learning because we know high-quality enrichment is essential for success in the most lucrative and fast-growing sectors of our economy, nearly all of which are STEM connected, as you just heard from some amazing youth. These are not just the most promising careers of the future, they are a pathway out of poverty. And yet most children from underserved DC communities do not have early access to the kinds of hands-on, future-focused learning that builds the skills and confidence they need to succeed in a rapidly evolving workforce. For context, Chairman, we are at the Fishing School one of less than 5 free STEAM-focused programs out of 129 programs funded by Learn24. So this opportunity gap isn't just an education gap, it's an economic one. And without sustained investment in out-of-school time programs, Too many of our children will be locked out of the jobs and careers that could lift them and their families out of poverty. This year, we are serving 300 students with consistent high-quality programming during the hours that matter most, after school and in the summer. But even a modest cut to the OST's office's grants in fiscal 26 budget would force us to reduce enrollment by up to 25%, a loss of about 75 seats. That means 75 children without a safe, enriching place to go, and 75 parents without reliable, affordable childcare to keep them working. Further, our best work happens when we can do so and sustain work year over year with the same students and communities. So stable funding has allowed us to build best-in-class curriculum, hire top-tier staff, and develop trusted relationships in our community. So sustainability is essential. And without it, we risk losing the sites, disrupting services. And so today I urge you to protect and fully fund the out-of-school time office in recurring grant funding and ensure that DCPS continues to cover security, janitorial, and meal costs for building use. These, by the way, are critical for financial sustainability of our programs because 100% of the programs we operate are embedded in Title I DCPS schools. And if these costs are passed on to providers like us, our programs would be unsustainable. So I thank you, and we're grateful for the mayor for preserving the out-of-school time funding. And we urge you to further preserve the grants in the out years and protect the legacy of out-of-school time in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shermer-Holt. I think Jorge Membreno is not here. Cameron Poles.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members. My name is Cameron Poles. I am a parent from Ward 8. My daughter participates in the out-of-school time program, Children's Legacy Theater, or CLT. CLT has had a profound impact on my daughter's development. Through this program, she's gained far more than acting skills. She's learned how to collaborate with others, lead and follow, accept feedback, and see a creative project through from start to finish. She's become more confident and expressive, not just on stage, but in life. The theater's curriculum has improved her literacy and sparked a love for reading, writing, and storytelling. She now engages with text in ways that translate to stronger academic performance and deeper emotional intelligence. Most importantly, CLT provides her with a consistent, safe, and nurturing space while I am at work, something every parent deserves to count on. I want to acknowledge at this point and thank the mayor and the council for preserving OST grant funding in the FY26 budget. Holding funding steady in a tough fiscal year is no small feat, and families like mine are appreciative. At the same time, I share a growing concern with many others in the community about the reliance on one-time funding. Of the $6.8 million in one-time funds approved last year, only $3.8 million have been converted to recurring support. This creates long-term uncertainty for programs like CLT that are already operating at capacity and cannot afford to plan in short-term increments. Having experienced myself in the nonprofit space, I truly understand how flat funding paired with temporary dollars risks destabilizing the very programs that are keeping our children safe, inspired, and prepared for the future. I respectfully urge the council to hold the funding, OST funding harmless as the budget process moves forward. Please take steps to convert remaining one-time OST funds into recurring funding and ensure that community-based programs like CLT can continue using DC public schools and DPR facilities without the added burden of rental or other fees. How does school time provide a smart, safe investment for our children, families, and cities? Thank you for investing in DC youth and for protecting the spaces where our children grow into their best selves. OST programs like Children's Legacy Theater are essential infrastructure for youth development, working families, and public safety. In return for these investments, DC gains a generation of children who are more confident, capable, and connected. Thank you for prioritizing DC youth. I am happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Johnny or Yanni Cousins? Nairi Jenkins? Are you Miss Jenkins? I'm sorry, your name again is?
Janae Cousins.
Okay. Please proceed.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson and Chairman. My name is Janae Cousins. I am a senior at Cesar Chavez Public Charter School for Public Policy, and I live in Ward 7, and I will be attending Coppin State this fall. And I am here today as a proud member of DC Action Youth Advisory Team. My journey with OST program started in 2022 during my sophomore year of high school when I joined my school student government. We planned school events like pep rallies and senior trips, and we helped fund activities for our classmates. But our work went beyond school. We organized projects to feed the homeless and opportunities. And I had an opportunity to meet a mayor at an affordable housing hearing. And since then, I found my voice and my passion for public speaking. I joined Tech Turn Up, where I built a project to advocate for the lack of affordable housing in DC. And I later interned at Make the Challenge Safety Justice Council to working in part with the Attorney General and so much more. Each of these opportunities have helped me grow not just as a student, but as a person. Coming from a low-income family struggling with social anxiety, OST programs have helped me break down those barriers. They gave me the space to learn, connect, and to grow. But due to budget cuts, I fear other students, 8 years old to 17 years old, may not have the same experience. And even though the fiscal budget for 2026 this year is tight, there is no price on the experience that children will gain from OST. I've built relationships with peers and professionals, and I've traveled outside the DMV for the first time, and I have received resources like food and stipends that have made a real difference during the tough times for my family. All of this started from just one program to put it into perspective on how OST has an impact on my life. So I strongly encourage you to keep funding OST programs. They provide structure and the experiences and the fundamental skills that get children through life. So today, I encourage you to continue funding OST programs, and a vast amount of youth benefit from them. And I am living proof of that. They aren't just helping students, they are building futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cousins. And if you want to provide a copy of your statement, that would be helpful.
Definitely will.
Nairi Jenkins is online. If you could proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jerry Jenkins, and I'm the OSC Advocacy Manager at DC Action. I will be testifying today on behalf of the DC OSC Coalition. First, we want to express our appreciation to the OSC office and the DME for preserving OSC funding in the proposed FY26 budget. In this tough fiscal climate, holding funding steady is a strong signal that the district values the critical role OSC plays for students and families. We urge the council to protect these investments and provide clarity on which funds are recurring versus one-time and how the education cluster budget supports OSC providers' access to public school buildings. Our analysis shows overall grant funding remains flat from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26, with 3.8 million in youth outcomes grants made recurring and 3 million remaining one time. While flat funding is effectively a cut due to rising costs, we're grateful deeper cuts were still avoided. Still, relying on one-time funds during a likely recession creates instability, and we ask you to press the DME on the following questions. Which OST programs rely on one-time dollars and what happens to them in fiscal year 27 if revenue falls short? Are any programs mid-cycle and multi-year agreements, and could they face termination and funding lapses? If cuts must happen, how will they be distributed by geography, age group, or program type, and how will they be communicated? And what the long-term plan is to stabilize funding through recurring dollars. In addition to local funding risks, we're deeply concerned about President Trump's proposed federal budget, which threatens to eliminate 21st century grants, currently providing $6.3 million to serve 6,600 DC students, mostly in Ward 7 and 8. If those funds are cut, the district must act quickly to replace them locally through OSI or the OSC office. We also urge the council to address the significant operational barrier building use costs. While DCPS covers access until 4 p.m., providers must cover costs for extended hours, including security fees, up to $53 an hour. Summer programs, which are required to operate at least 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, face especially high costs. This burden falls hardest on small community-based nonprofits, particularly in non-summer school buildings or operating on Fridays, when access is often not covered. Without relief, programs may be forced to close sites, cut staff, or turn youth away. Cuts to OST aren't just budget decisions, they're policy choices with lasting impacts. We understand the district faces hard choices, but strategic investment and proven preventative supports like OST is more important now than ever. Thank you for protecting OST this year and for working with us to ensure short-term fixes don't undermine long-term stability. I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Laura Maestas? Shannon Hodge?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the president of KIPP DC Public Schools, where 1,400 teachers, staff, and leaders educate and support over 7,000 District of Columbia students across campuses in wards 2, 5, 7, and 8. The city's budget is an important enabler within DC's education ecosystem. It helps ensure that resources and conditions are in the right places for us all to do our parts to achieve the outcomes we're committed to. For example, the current FY25 budget has enabled KIPP DC to implement an intense system-wide focus on literacy and math. It's enabled us to make significant investments in attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism. It's enabled us to extend math and reading learning time for hundreds of students across our campuses. And it's enabled us to offer competitive compensation to the educators who are so critical to the success of our students, our schools, and our city. In many ways, the proposed FY26 budget will enable charter schools to continue doing our part to make the ecosystem work. For KIPP DC, the proposed 2.74% increase will enable us to continue focusing on core instructional practice, ongoing professional development in math and literacy, and enhanced enabling systems. The $30.8 million for charter educator compensation will enable us to direct additional funds to our school-based team members whose work directly impacts student success. The 3.1 increase in the facilities allotment will enable us to continue providing safe learning environments for thousands of students, even in the face of rising facilities-related costs. And for that, we are grateful. At the same time, we ask that the council maintain the commitment to public education that is in part grounded in equity across public schools. My written testimony goes into additional detail on this point, but I will briefly say that without educator compensation included in the funding formula, leaders relying on one-time funding may take risk that may result in drastic staffing cuts mere months from now. Similarly, though the FY26 budget includes the 3.1% facilities allotment increase, the proposal to pause this in future years while setting aside $49 million annually for DCPS outside the funding formula raises concerns. Predictable funding is essential for long-term planning, and unstable facilities funding forces us to divert resources from educational programs. We ask that you engage us before altering the facilities allotment to understand the impact on our students. Thank you again for your continued support for and investment in education. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Justin Lessick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick, and I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school, and next year we will serve about 370 students across grades 6 through 12. We have a lot to be proud of at Sojourner Truth this year. We scored in the top quartile of public middle and high schools across the district in 2024 in both CAPE ELA and CAPE Math, and had particularly strong performance for students with disabilities, students considered economically disadvantaged, and English learning students on the ELA exam. We attribute many of our positive results to our unique Montessori model, which includes mixed grade level classrooms throughout the middle and high school, and where students engage in extended multi-curricular work blocks where lessons occur in small groups and students have agency and choice in how they spend their independent time. Our biggest growth area coming into the school year was in high school math, and so we focused significant resources here over the last 10 months. Each of our math classrooms in the middle and high school has its own full-time tutor to support high-impact tutoring, for example, and our middle-of-year NWEA MAP results showed significant positive impact. We're excited to get the results from this month's CAPE exam, and we have confidence that we will see some very positive growth. We understand the very challenging fiscal environment and the extremely difficult position that the mayor and council are in with respect to the budget. Sojourner Truth very much wants to be a solutions-oriented collaborator wherever possible to ensure equitable and sustainable funding for all students around the district, whether in DCPS or the charter sector. We're incredibly grateful for Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the uniform per student funding formula. This investment will allow Truth to continue providing targeted interventions such as high impact tutoring in order to ensure our students receive the support necessary to continue closing gaps. While we're also extremely thankful for the proposed $30.8 million in charter educator compensation, we understand this to be a one-time funding situation, which in the short term will allow us to maintain teacher salaries comparable to those of our colleagues in DCPS, but raises questions about sustainability in future years. The simplest way to maintain equitable funding would be to put as much as possible into the per pupil funding formula rather than as one-time payments. I was also very excited to see that the annual charter facilities allotment increase of 3.1% has been proposed to continue into the FY26 budget. This is critical for schools like Truth so that we can maintain the type of safe, comfortable, and well-maintained facility that every kid in DC deserves. Sojourner Truth recently ran out of space at our current campus and is expanding into a new building for our high schoolers just a few blocks away. Renovation costs are at a high point due to market forces, and every bit of the 3.1% annual increase will make a difference, particularly because Truth facility costs exceed the allotment. I must share that I'm deeply concerned that annual facilities allotment increases are scheduled for a pause from FY27 until FY30. This does come at the same time as DCPS is receiving significant facilities funding increases. And I absolutely want DCPS to receive the funding it needs for high quality facilities, but the disparity will negatively impact the ability of Truth and other charter schools to maintain safe and comfortable facilities for our students. We're eager to work with the council and the mayor to identify sustainable solutions for this funding imbalance. I want to thank the PCSB for helping the sector offer families a diverse array of high quality options and instructional models that are truly unique. I appreciate the DME and his office for their ongoing efforts to collaborate with Truth and other charter schools on topics as wide-ranging as school safety and career and technical education programming. I appreciate Deputy Mayor Kine's unwavering commitment to convenings with charter school leaders and to help us understand recent rapidly changing federal policy. Lastly, very grateful to the State Board of Education members who are making greater efforts to get to know the charter schools in their wards and to represent and take on issues that affect all schools. We know that the more we work together, the better we can find solutions that support strong outcomes for students and our communities, and we're eager to strengthen our engagement with the SBOE in the upcoming year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. That is all of the witnesses in this group. I don't have any questions, but I do have a couple of comments. I said this earlier. I'm a little disappointed in the way the budget was structured when I've had discussions with the executive about formulating the budget. Both last year and this year, they talked about using the demands of the changing economy to restructure or right-size our budget, and I don't see that with this budget. There are areas of the budget before this committee today where there are significant increases. I was given a list the other day of, I think it was 10 agencies that are receiving significant increases, so there is more funding going some places. And then we're seeing other agencies where there are reductions. Mostly with education, we see a slight increase or stability, like with the deputy mayor, stability, with OST stability. But next week we'll have the hearing with the state superintendent where there are a lot of reductions. But what's more concerning to me is what I would call gimmicks, which is sort of a loaded term in budget speak, but it is what I see, and that is, we're not going to reduce the uniform per pupil funding formula, UPSFF, in the out years. I mean, every year I would be shocked unless something significantly happened to the economy. But nonetheless, to balance the financial plan, that's how the financial plan is structured. And we see that with some other things like the 3.1% facilities allotment increase, that's paused. Is it really going to be paused? But I will tell you that if the council restores these on a recurring basis, we have to find the dollars. And so it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick in that these things aren't really going to be cut, but the balance, we pretend they're going to be cut. And it means that we haven't really right-sized things. Last year, you'll recall that there was a significant controversy over the pay equity fund. The mayor did want to reduce it, as I recall, from about 70 million to 50 million. It was not her choice. And I do repeat this over and over. It was not her choice to zero it out. It was the CFO demanding that she had to put money into a reserve account. The council was able to find an alternative to that, but we also found $280 million for 4 years recurring in the pay equity fund. This year, it's only going to be one time, 70 million, which means that of the 280 million we found, 210 million is being repurposed for other things. It's just not worth it to the council that we would have to come up with the money for the UPSFF, and that means cutting other things to come up with it on a recurring basis through the financial plan. But it is not structurally sound budgeting in my view. So I'm also disturbed that we continue to see inequity between the two sectors in public education, that there are in this budget continuing to be DCPS expenditures that are being paid outside of the UPSFF. And I'm not talking about the pay raise, which of course should be in the UPSFF, but that's another way of getting more money to DCPS and not doing it equitably with the charters. I don't know that we will be able to right size that because to treat them equitably, it means we have to find more money and find it on a recurring basis. Again, that the way this budget that's been proposed is structured has these gimmicks to avoid fully funding the UPSFF, to avoid fully funding equitably the two sectors. And it's unfortunate, but that's what we've got. And it should be clear that this is the executive's proposal, which reflects the executive's priorities. So I just wanted to say that. I do not have questions for any of the members of the panel, other than that some of you didn't give me written statements, and it would be helpful if you do that. Thank you all for your testimony, especially I always love the folks who are here in person. If I had gold stars with me today, I'd give them to you. Thank you. I could. So we will turn to the next roughly 10 witnesses before we get to the deputy mayor. Hannah Mason, Senior Education Research Analyst with DC Policy Center. Amy Helms. Rachel Kimboko with Wildflower Public Charter School. Vanessa Gonzalez with DC Prep. Michael Roskam. Kristen Long with PAVE. Jacqueline Kikembo with Jacenti International Inc. Jeffrey Abramowitz with PD Green Program. Jackie Carter, Children's Legacy Theater. And that's this group. Let me go back to the top. Hannah Mason.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hannah Mason, and I'm the Senior Education Research Analyst of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling DC. Today, my testimony will focus on investments in the Office of Education through Employment Pathways and early signals for enrollment in school year 25-26. The mayor's proposed budget shows continued investment in improving economic and education outcomes for district residents, including $550,000 to support the Office of Education through Employment Pathways, which will provide data on the long-term impact of education and workforce programs for district residents. Better workforce data systems can inform alignment of education and training programs, quality of job offerings, employment outcomes, and more. At a time of constrained resources, this system is more important than ever to understand which programs are producing outcomes for DC residents and connecting high school alumni to good jobs in DC. Research shows that statewide longitudinal data systems help individuals, the public, and policymakers make decisions about education and workforce programs. When leaders give people tailored individual access to the data they need, it also supports in the success of policies and programs like these. Programs of study and stackable credentials aligned to employment needs, quality CTE programming, support for historically underserved and vulnerable populations, education and training opportunities aligned with employment needs, and more. Everyone should have tailored access to data to information to drive student success, economic mobility, and systemic change. DC's investments in these types of systems shows dedication to improving outcomes for residents and providing transparency that builds public trust and accountability. The FY26 budget projects an increase of 3% enrollment for school year 25-26, with relatively higher growth projected in pre-kindergarten and elementary grades and less in middle school and high school. While DC's public school enrollment has steadily increased in recent years, countering national trends, there are some new risks to consider, especially for pre-K. First, this higher growth in earlier grades is the opposite of recent trends of stronger growth in older grades in DC. Last year, elementary enrollment rose by less than 1% and pre-K enrollment declined by 1.7%. Second, the number of births in DC has declined every year since peaking in 2016. In 2022, the birth year most relevant for pre-kindergarten cohort of school year 25-26, births dropped by 7% compared to an average decline of 3% annually since 2017. Third, ongoing concerns about job stability among federal government employees and contractors may lead to more families relocating out of DC, further affecting enrollment. As an early indicator of fall 2025 enrollment, the number of pre-K3 applicants submitted through the My School DC lottery declined by 2%. And I'm going to skip this part and just go to the end. There's more uncertainty than usual in this year's budget, which makes it important to focus on identifying which programs are most effective through analysis like the Education through Employment data system. It also makes it important to consider how to support schools that do meet enrollment targets, especially early grades. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Amy Helms.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Amy Helms, and I serve as head of school of DC Scholars Public Charter School, a pre-K through 8th grade public charter school serving 478 students in Ward 7. I'm also a Ward 7 resident and parent. We are aware that this budget season comes with its unique set of challenges, and the city faces tough decisions across the ward, and every sector's needs must be carefully balanced. That's what brings me here today to testify in strong support of the proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and the critical maintenance of the 3.1% increase to the facilities allotment for DC's public charter schools. The UPSFF increase and the $30.8 million allocated for charter educator compensation are essential to ensuring that we can attract and retain high-quality educators and provide the kind of wraparound support our students need to thrive. These investments have been instrumental in allowing DC Scholars to invest in teacher quality and retention, key drivers of student success. With these additional resources, we have been able to publish a transparent and competitive salary scale, ensuring that compensation is aligned with experience and performance. This transparency has strengthened trust and equity across our team and helped us retain effective and highly highly effective educators year over year. At DC Scholars, in turn, these effective educators have led our school to make significant growth in both math and ELA and improve attendance. Consistent funding allows us to plan for the future, and we look forward to ongoing conversations about how we can maintain funding equity between DCPS and charters in future years. Per pupil funding also allows us to provide critical wraparound supports such as mental health services, family engagement, and enrichment programming. This year, we invested in athletic programs, including track, soccer shots, and basketball, as well as dance and visual arts. We partnered with MEG Languages to deliver virtual Spanish instruction, and students learn Spanish from native-speaking teachers in Colombia, providing authentic, engaging cultural and language experiences that broaden global awareness and communication skills. As a result, students are more motivated to attend school consistently, leading to improved attendance and stronger academic outcomes. Facilities funding is equally critical. As a public charter school, we bear the full cost of maintaining a safe and modern learning environment. At DC Scholars, our building is over 70 years old and requires ongoing capital improvements to support learning needs, from HVAC upgrades to secure entry systems and ADA compliant lifts and elevators. At DC Scholars, we do not take public investment for granted. Every dollar is thoughtfully spent to ensure it drives learning and well-being. On behalf of the DC Scholars community, thank you for your continued commitment to education, and we look forward to partnering with you to deliver the schools our students deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Helms. Laura Maestas?
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and staff. My name is Laura Maestas, and I am the CEO of DC Prep, a locally grown network of 6 public charter schools serving over 2,100 students from preschool through 8th grade, located in wards 5, 7, and 8. At DC Prep, 65% of our students are experiencing economic disadvantage, and over 16% have disabilities. Despite these challenges, our students demonstrate what is possible. We are proud that DC Prep was recognized last year as the highest performing network of schools in DC based on OSSI's school report card. All 3 of our middle schools were also named Math Bright Spots by Empower K-12 for helping students grow faster than their peers citywide. And our alumni are graduating from college at 5 times the national rate of their peers from similar backgrounds. Year after year, we are delivering on our promise to close the educational divide in Washington, D.C. I chose to testify today to thank Mayor Bowser for the priorities reflected in her proposed fiscal year 26 budget. I am deeply grateful that she recognizes that quality public education is an investment in DC's future and has prioritized public schools in a challenging budget year. The investments that she has proposed, a 2.74% increase to the UPSFF, maintaining the 3.1% increase to the charter facilities allotment, and more, are vital to the success of DC's students. But I feel compelled to acknowledge the critical importance of equitable funding. For DC Prep to continue fulfilling our mission of bridging the educational divide in our city, we must have the resources to meet our students where they are and to help them achieve their greatest potential. I want to be very clear. Our strong outcomes at DC Prep are not inevitable. They are the result of deliberate and sustained effort and investment. At DC Prep, we invest in excellent educators, social emotional supports, academic intervention, and well-maintained facilities. In an expensive city, that requires substantial resources. DC Prep is demonstrating what is possible in public education, particularly for students who are too often underserved. But we need your partnership to keep doing this work. I urge you to acknowledge that all DC students, especially students furthest from opportunity, should receive equitable funding, regardless of which public school, district, or charter they attend. In the past and in the mayor's proposed budget, charter school students are not receiving equitable funding with their DCPS peers because not all education funding is flowing through the UPSFF, as you just acknowledged a few minutes ago in your remarks. And in a city where half of the students attend charter schools, I believe that is short-sighted and inequitable. And I urge the council to ensure that all education funding flows through the UPSFF, whether that's this year or something that we are moving towards as quickly as possible in the future. I'll close with an invitation to come and visit a DC prep school so that I can show the importance of the charter facilities allotment. Charters rely on the facilities allowance to pay for leases, building improvements, and renovations. Our original school where I'm sitting today, Edgewood Middle Campus, is one of the best schools in the city, but our physical space just doesn't support our program needs. In order to change that, we're going to rely on the facilities allotment. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be glad to answer additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. And I do not have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that, please.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Kimboko.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee on Whole. My name is Rochelle Kimboko, and I'm the founding executive director of DC Wildflower Public Charter School with microschools in Ward 7 and 8. I'm a Ward 5 resident and also lived and worked in Ward 8 for many years after moving to DC more than 20 years ago. As a new nonprofit leader, I was taught that a budget is a storytelling tool. It uses the language of money to express our values and priorities. This year's budget weaves the tale of Mayor Bowser and her leadership team's commitment to protect the education sector from the city's challenging fiscal environment. The entire DC Wildflower team is grateful for Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF. This investment will support DC Wildflower in continuing to grow a network of strong and exemplary microschools with some of the highest performing early childhood environments in the district. The budget also proposes $30.8 million for charter educator compensation. This investment and OSSI's streamlined administration of the funding will allow us to use it for one-time payments to our dedicated educators. Like other charter leaders, we made the difficult decision to suspend step and longevity increases next year, but at least this can provide a cost of living increase. I'm also grateful that we will see an increase in facility funding. This 3.1% increase will allow us to keep pace with our occupancy costs, which were based on the assumption that this legislative increase would continue to be honored. Finally, I want to encourage funding support for education-related spending at other agencies. We are encouraged to see that out-of-school time programming will have robust support. We hope that DCPCSB will not be asked to weather a substantial cut in funding in the same year that they are expected to take on the implementation of a new and needed charter board training. We also hope that the Department of Behavioral Health will be allowed to preserve the successful pilot grant program that has enabled DC Wildflower to have in-house behavioral health programming for the first time. However, the story for the out years continues the narrative that not all public schools are valued equally in DC. Specifically, the mechanism for providing educator compensation is imbalanced. While charter schools will get one-time funding in FY26, DCPS has recurring annual educator compensation throughout the four-year financial plan. The projected per pupil funding decrease by 3.8% represents about $500 per student loss. At our small scale, even this small amount represents a significant cut to site-based budgets that are already lean. We calibrate our occupancy costs to the facilities allotment and the legislated expectation that there be at least a 3.1% increase. The proposed freeze on increases from FY27 to 29 represents a compounding loss each year. This feels especially unfair given that the city chose to shift more than $2 million out of the formula to DGS to support DCPS's facility expenses. If accepted, these choices will disproportionately and perhaps irreparably harm the charter sector. DC Wildflower can't afford to rest on assurances that these changes are hypothetical and will be undone when the mayor and council begin working on these future budgets for real. So we do plan to join in continued advocacy to ensure that this does not happen. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kimboko. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, we would appreciate that. Vanessa Gonzalez.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Vanessa Gonzalez, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at DC Prep.
As you just heard from my colleague Laura, DC Prep is a public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. And we're really proud that our alumni go on to graduate from college at more than 5 times the rate of their peers nationally. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the proposed budget. With the proposed budget for fiscal year 26, I want to first thank Mayor Bowser for continuing to focus on investing in DC's children in the context of an uncertain and challenging economic scenario. We're grateful for the 2.74% increase she has proposed to the per pupil funding and for maintaining the 3.1% increase to the charter facilities allotment. We're also grateful to see the continued investment in high impact tutoring. We provided high impact tutoring for our students for 3 years through our junior teacher program, and this program has allowed us to provide more targeted intervention for students while also strengthening our teacher pipeline. These investments for next year are critical to our ability to run schools that deliver great outcomes for students. At the same time, we're concerned about the outlook for future years. I want to focus on 2 specific concerns: the implications for staff salaries and facilities. We get strong results because we hire, train, and retain excellent educators. We ask a lot of our teachers and school leaders, and we want to pay them a competitive salary return. And increasingly, paying educators well is the only way that they can afford to continue to do this work in a city with a high cost of living. DCPS teachers will receive well-deserved raises through the new teachers union contract. We also intend to continue to invest in our educator salaries. However, that becomes far more challenging with an uncertain funding outlook. First, if funding for compensation increases is given in a one-time funding allocation instead of through an increase in the UPSFF. We're grateful for the $30.8 million proposed funding for charter educator compensation in the fiscal year 26 budget. That said, I urge you to put this funding through the formula to maintain equitable funding for this year and beyond. Second, we cannot make long-term decisions to increase salaries if the UPSFF will be reduced in future years, as is projected in the out years. The current budget outlook means that we will be forced to make difficult trade-offs between educator salaries and other necessary costs for providing excellent instruction for our students. I also want to touch on the facilities allotment. An annual increase to the allotment is essential to providing our students and teachers with the schools they deserve: safe, comfortable, well-maintained facilities where they can focus on learning. Maintaining at least a 3.1% increase is critical not just to pay for these costs, but also because financing relies on banks to have assurances of stable, predictable funding in future years. And still, it's not enough. I'm concerned that while there are significant investments that are being made towards DCPS facilities, charter schools are not being equitably funded. Bellwether released a report in November 2024 comparing charter and district school funding in DC, and they found that from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 24, DCPS capital funding was between $5,800 and $10,600 per pupil. And in comparison, the charter school per pupil facilities allowance ranged from $3,200 to $3,600 per pupil. Had the charter schools received a facilities allowance equivalent to DCPS capital funding levels in these same years, they would have received an additional $1.4 billion during that period. I hope as we're thinking about investing in our children in the future, we're thinking about doing so equitably across all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Michael Roskam?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the committee. My name is Michael Roskam, and I'm the Executive Director of District of Columbia International School, located in Ward 4. We are the largest single-site charter LEA in the district, serving more than 1,600 students in grades 6 through 12 from all 8 wards of the city. At DCI, our mission is to cultivate multilingual, culturally competent individuals committed to creating a socially just and sustainable world. We take pride in being a trailblazer for equitable education through our IB for All model, making a traditionally selective curriculum accessible to all students through strong support systems. Our unique member school model also sustains a continuous language learning journey for our students in Chinese, French, and Spanish from pre-K through high school. I am testifying today in strong support of Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF. Our school's ability to serve students equitably and effectively depends entirely on our extraordinary team of over 280 dedicated educators and staff. They are the lifeline of our mission and the reason our school community thrives. The mayor's $30.8 million budget proposal is essential for sustaining competitive pay with DCPS and retaining the passionate professionals who make our inclusive, high-quality student programming possible. At DCI, teacher retention isn't just about staying, it's about growing. With a 79% retention rate this year, above the DC average of 74%, we're proud of this progress, but we know it takes continued investment in our staff to sustain the high-quality instruction and support our students deserve. Continued investment in charter school facilities is also essential. DCI simply wouldn't be DCI without our home, historic Delano Hall on the former Walter Reed campus. Our allotment goes directly towards our lease, utilities, and vital maintenance. Maintaining the 3.1% annual increase to the facilities allotment allows us to continue to provide safe, healthy, and well-maintained learning environments. The Deputy Mayor of Education has played a key role in prioritizing foundational needs like school safety and innovative pathways like career and technical education. At DCI, we pride ourselves on offering a rigorous diploma program while providing an equally robust career program that prepares students for real-world success. We are especially grateful to the Deputy Mayor for recognizing the value of charter schools and for strengthening collaboration within the sector and with the Alliance over the past year. We deeply appreciate Deputy Mayor Kine's regular and timely convenings with charter leaders, which help us navigate rapidly evolving federal policy. We believe that when we work together, we find better solutions and deliver stronger outcomes for students and the communities we all serve. On behalf of DCI, in alignment with many of my colleagues joining here today, I urge you to partner with us as solutions-focused collaborators to ensure equitable, sustainable funding for our students and staff. We are committed to continuing our work with you in support of our extraordinary students and educators. Thanks again for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Roskam. Kristen Long with PAVE. I believe she's not here. Jacqueline Kakembo. Jeffrey Abramowitz with PD Green Program. Jackie Carter, Executive Director, Children's Legacy Theater. We don't see those people. Kristen Long, Jacqueline Kakembo, Jeffrey Abramowitz, and Jackie Carter. That's going to conclude the testimony of this group. I don't have questions for any of you. I always feel bad when that happens, but the testimony has been helpful and I appreciate it. Some of it was testified to, I had spoken to earlier. And so I want to thank you all. You all are excused, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor for Education to come forward. Paul Kine. Hold on. I, of course, have been here since 10 o'clock this morning. I've managed to eat a couple of cookies, so I'm going to try to control myself. I could use a break and some food, but I want to finish with DME. Actually, I'll just take this opportunity to say that we will take a brief break after DME before we go to the Public Charter School Board. Unless you want me to be hangry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify at today's budget oversight hearing. As we are all acutely aware, this budget cycle is one of the most difficult periods the district has experienced. The CFO projected a reduction of $1.1 billion across the financial plan due to the loss of federal jobs, shrinking funding streams, and a growing uncertainty in our economy. These headwinds mean district leaders have to make very difficult choices, weighing the trade-offs of where to invest in existing programs and where to curb spending to align to the current fiscal environment. We know the fear and uncertainty district residents are feeling, from the seasoned federal employees thrust into unemployment to the high school graduates trying to navigate the job market and gain access to good jobs in DC's changing economy. In spite of these challenges, Mayor Bowser has once again made public education the centerpiece of her Grow DC budget. Our fiscal 26 proposed budget invests in the district's growth and its future by accelerating learning, promoting youth safety and well-being, and building pathways to college and career success. It also continues the work of launching the Education Through Employment data system. This data system will provide policymakers with evidence-based answers about which education and workforce programs are yielding results for district students, allowing us to invest in what works. To accelerate learning, we are putting more money directly into our schools. Revenues are down 3% over the financial plan, but still we are growing the universal per student funding formula by 2.74%, yielding a $15,070 base rate for fiscal 26. This increase in the UPSFF comes in addition to educator salary increases for both DCPS and charter school educators. Investing in teachers is the greatest educational investment we can make for our students, allowing us to attract and retain top talent so that more students can benefit from quality instruction and supportive relationships that set students on the path to success. We are directing $2.8 billion in local funding to schools, not including educator salary increases or the myriad other programs that support youth development. Total school funding through the UPSFF has more than doubled since Mayor Bowser took office, demonstrating her deep and unwavering commitment to public education. We are proud of the investments we are making in our schools across DCPS and the charter sector, and the evidence-based strategies that make DC the fastest improving urban district. In addition to school funding, we have sustained our investments in early childhood education and childcare. As a result of these investments, DC leads the nation in early childhood education, providing universal, full pre-K coverage to 82% of 3-year-olds and a whopping 95% of 4-year-olds, and helping parents stay in the labor market.
Your statement says 5-year-olds.
It should be 4-year-olds, correct? Yeah, it should say 4.
Okay.
It's pre-K 4.
Keep going.
Apologize for the typo. Mayor Bowser has fully funded the pre-K enhancement and expansion program at $19.5 million to expand pre-K access at community-based organizations, in addition to fully funding the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund at $70 million, which provides competitive wages and health care for early childhood educators. We are also directing $86 million to the DC Child Care Subsidy Program, which helps families earning up to 300% of the federal poverty line to afford high-quality care. We are proud to support the care and development of our youngest residents, to recognize the vital work of their teachers, and to provide the services that families need. To support youth safety and well-being, we are continuing to invest in proven interventions that bolster attendance and provide safe and productive spaces for young people to thrive outside of school. Attendance is critical to student learning, and we are working to increase attendance in a few ways. First, to reach a broad base of families, we are continuing to fund the Everyday Labs technology at $375,000, which provides low-cost, high-impact text messages and letters to families to improve student attendance. In school year 23-24, these nudges reached over 47,000 students. To provide more intensive interventions, we are continuing our supportive truancy referral pilot housed at the Department of Human Services at $7.1 million. This program refers students at 5 pilot high schools to DHS rather than to the courts after they reach 15 unexcused absences to provide case management and other interventions needed to overcome barriers to attendance. Families are getting connected with services much faster under the pilot, and the small number of students who have completed intensive case management all improved their attendance. We also know student engagement is impacted by factors outside the classroom. That is why we are proud to make significant investments in our out-of-school time programming. In the fiscal year 26 budget, we are sustaining our out-of-school time grants at $27 million to connect 17,000 students to high-quality after-school and summer programming. We are also making it easier for families to access and apply for these programs through our one-stop portal, Most DC, which successfully launched this spring. Investments at the Department of Parks and Recreation will mean that we can increase security coverage at our recreation centers. We are also providing coaching stipends, a recommendation of my office's high school sports review study, so we can incentivize more coaches to work with young people, building their athletic skills, expanding their support systems, and instilling lifelong lessons on teamwork and persistence. To support student success after high school, we are proud to continue investing in our nationally recognized advanced technical centers, which connect students to high-demand careers in nursing and cybersecurity. A combined $7.8 million in operating and $7 million in capital funding will expand the physical footprint at the Ward 5 ATC, increase the number of students participating in the program, and fund 2 on-site health clinics serving the community, in addition to launching a new ATC in Ward 8 at the Whitman Walker Clinic. With these investments, more young people will have the opportunity to earn valuable credentials and college credits, engage in internships in the field, and be set up for success in college degree programs and careers in high-demand fields. We are also continuing to fund UDC's Student Success Center to provide additional academic advisors and career success resources to improve graduation rates. And we are investing, here it says 25 million, I believe the number is $21 million to expand student housing. In this budget environment, it is more important than ever that policymakers have information on the experiences and programs that are most likely to connect residents to good jobs in DC. That is why we are continuing to invest in the Education Through Employment Pathways data system to connect data on students' secondary and post-secondary experiences, local and national post-secondary outcomes, TANF participation, workforce program participation, including SYEP, foster care outcomes, and local wage data. The system will help us to understand longitudinal outcomes for graduates of the district's PK-12 higher education and workforce training programs. ETE is already producing actionable insights on alignment between UDC programming and labor market demand and the career and technical education program pathways associated with high-wage careers. The full system is slated to launch in fall of 2025, and $550,000 will support maintenance and operations so policymakers can better understand the impact of our investments. At a time of great uncertainty, we are continuing to invest in our district's growth and fund what we know works from cradle to career. With the mayor's and council's leadership, the district will remain the nation's talent capital and continue to be the best place to raise a family, teach in our schools, and launch a career. I know we will work together toward this shared goal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. Let's try a 12-minute clock. And there'll be at least one round. I'm going to start with this. So The way the question was given to me last night was completely accurate at the time. Changed a little bit, but doesn't change the thrust. Before we discuss the budget, the truancy pilot report due on March 15th is 60 days late. We received the DC School Connect Working Group report late as well. So the truancy pilot report apparently was filed yesterday with the council. Why is this taking so long? And I don't know that this is your fault, but who else am I going to ask?
Well, first of all, I apologize for the lateness of the reports. We work hard to get them done in a timely fashion, and we set our project plans in a way that will get them submitted to council timely. We do have an extensive internal review process within the executive that I think you're aware of. And I believe in both of these instances, because so many of the same people are involved in responding to the budget crisis and work with our federal colleagues on Capitol Hill, that everything was delayed and slowed.
I know, but that's got to change. I mean, I'm pressing you on it. I don't think it's your fault, but I don't know. Again, I don't know who else to press. Maybe I'm talking through you to the executive, but this is just unacceptable that we set a deadline 60 days late. And it doesn't surprise me that we get it. It's filed yesterday because the hearing's today. And of course, I'm giving you a hard time about it. But the executive could have let this go 2 months ago, which was what the deadline was. Might even throw in here, just as a gratuitous comment, the executive doesn't seem to care about deadlines that the council sets, including sending us a budget on time. I believe the DC School Connect Working Group report was completed by your office on time last year, but then submitted late. Am I right?
I think the way I think about it is we have a deadline for council. We work collectively internally to develop drafts. We have a review process. We work extensively on that review process. So it's a shared undertaking,
Well, could you take back to others in the executive branch that I consider this very disrespectful of the council. This just blowing off deadlines that the council sets. And I believe the March 15th deadline for the truancy pilot report was set in the Budget Support Act last year. It's not like we set this recently, this deadline. I find it very disrespectful, and I would appreciate if you would take that back. Let me ask you about charter teacher pay. The the FY26 budget directs OSSI to pay $30.8 million to the charter teachers. How did you arrive at that number?
We were looking for a way to fund charter educators in an equitable manner in relation to the WTU contract. So the WTU contract calls for a 2% wage increase in fiscal 25 and a 3% wage increase in 26. So we looked across the charter sector at what we knew the educator pay scales were, and we've provided funding sufficient to allow for the 2% and 3% increases.
But DCPS is getting more than 30.8 million for its teachers.
There are more teachers at DCPS, the more educators at DCPS, and in addition, there are at DCPS, there's typically higher salaries paid than at many of the charter LEAs. So we basically tried to determine, looking at the salaries of actual educators in the charter sector, what it would be to pay for a 2 and 3% wage increase off the existing base. And the salaries are often a little bit lower. And in DCPS, there are more senior teachers who actually earn more money. So the dollar amount is just higher there.
Well, my note is that there are 8,629 teachers in DCPS and 9,933 teachers in public charter schools.
I believe the contract of the WTU is for more than just teachers. So I think those numbers are probably a little bit higher on both sides. But in general, if the average is $10 on the DCPS side, and even if it's $8 or $9 on the charter side, adding a 2 and 3% increase will be lower on the charter side than DCPS, and that's effectively what happened. So we wouldn't expect those numbers to be the same.
Yeah, give me just a sec. Let me ask you about the charter facilities allotment. The charter schools rely on the 3.1% increase. And the financial, so the proposed budget for FY26 is honoring that 3.1%, but the financial plan thereafter eliminates it. I think the word is pause, but I think it's zero in terms of an increase. How's that justified?
I think the way I think about it is that, I mean, in effect, and a lot of people aren't used to thinking about it in this way. I know you are, Chairman. We have a couple of budgets in front of us. One is the fiscal 26 budget, which is the one that will get actual dollars into schools next year, we think on a very equitable basis. And then we have the outer years of the financial plan, which of course we're required to produce. We saw a $1.1 billion need in terms of cost reductions in those outer years of the financial plan. And we had to look everywhere to find ways to fund that deficit. And education was one of the places that we looked. So therefore, we saw the reduction, as you've noted, in the UPSFF and a pause in the financial facilities allotment. It's about a third of the $1 billion altogether. And public schools, public education makes up about a third of the general fund. So in essence, in the outer years of the financial plan, public education is shouldering a kind of comparable burden as other sectors are in terms of that $1 billion shortfall.
Is it the policy decision of the executive that the facilities, increase in the facilities allotment should be halted?
It's the policy decision in budget formulation, as you've seen in the plan, that we
Yeah,
would
I
do
know.
that.
That's not quite the way I asked it.
I mean, I would say no, in the sense that we are planning, as the mayor said earlier this week, to revisit these points during the fiscal 27 formulation process and to make sure schools have what they need.
Would that answer the same answer with regard to the reduction in the UPSFF in the financial plan?
Yes, we will relook at these decisions as we do our formulation, as we always do, and ensure we are getting adequate funding into schools and certainly equitable funding.
So I'm asking you some of these questions because you're the deputy mayor for education. I am very troubled by the lack of equity between the sectors. Would you agree it's the policy of the district government that the sectors are paid equally? That's why we have the UPSFF?
Yes, it is.
So then, how does the executive defend the decision in this budget to not put the WTU contract in the UPSFF and thereby not be funding the two sectors equitably and be taking other steps such as moving, I guess it's energy costs out of DCPS to DGS, which is kind of reasonable, except that means that DCPS now has an extra $20 million to spend, which the charters don't have. And I will add that as well, year after year, we see like impact, which is basically salaries, payments to teachers, is paid outside of the formula. How does the administration defend that policy in light of, or defend those actions in light of the policy of the government for equitable funding?
Well, I again would make a distinction between fiscal year 26 and the outer years of the financial plan. And I would say that in fiscal 26, not only are we providing absolutely equitable funding, in particular through the charter teacher pay fund that we're establishing, but in fiscal 25, there were 3 items that we did not fund within DCPS that I've heard people feel are inequitable: impact, early stages, and stabilization. And in fiscal 26, we've actually put the stabilization back into the formula, back into the DCPS budget funded through UPSFF. So that's actually a step in the right direction, I would say, in terms of equity. And otherwise, I think the sectors are funded equitably in fiscal 26. In fiscal 27 and beyond, we have this financial plan where, again, we had to turn over every stone. We had to look in every corner in order to identify where we would find $1 billion of cost savings. And we've made some decisions in the plan that we will look at again as we do the actual formulation for the budgets for those years.
Well, I'm thinking of the testimony I heard over and over from some of the charter schools about how the budget for the WTU contract is something like $270 million over 4 years. And which includes the current year, and the funding for the charter schools is only 30.8 million. They kind of feel like that's inequitable.
Well, there, technically, the WTU contract is funded for 4 years in workforce investment. And again, there's 1 year, fiscal 26, the year that's coming up, that's going to be actual dollars into schools, where the equitable teacher pay funding exists.
I shouldn't have looked at the clock. There'll be another round, although, no, 12 minutes. Yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you.
She was here before you. You didn't notice her water bottle.
Thank you,
She actually has
freshman.
been here throughout the day. You don't mind a little food fight on the dais, do you?
Not at all.
Good to see you, Deputy Mayor. I want to start with OST. The budget includes a $3 million one-time increase for out-of-school time grants alongside a $3 million reduction, reflecting the shift from reoccurring to one-time funding. What was the reasoning for this? And can you confirm this decision will not create any disruption to grants mid-grant cycle?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, Council Member. We were really pleased to be able to essentially flat fund our OST grant program in fiscal 26. So this year we have $27 million going to that program overall. Next year in fiscal 26, it will also be $27 million. The 25 budget included, I think it was $6.8 million in one time. And what we did for fiscal 26 is put 3.8% of that into recurring and retain 3 million as one time. So that in the outer years of the financial plan, we do see a reduction overall in out-of-school time programming by $3 million in 27 and beyond.
So do you, I guess for the organizations who receive the grant, you can imagine that they could have some anxiety or stress around whether there's going to be any disruptions to them. So I just, based on what you've put forward, I guess your answer is you do not think it will create any disruptions to grants mid-cycle.
Yes, thanks, Council Member. I think certainly for fiscal 26, we anticipate no disruptions whatsoever. In fiscal 27 and beyond, you could imagine if we sustain the $3 million reduction, if we're forced to do that, then you could imagine there might be some slight reduction across the program that still retains $24 million of funding overall. But again, we plan to revisit that decision as we do the fiscal 27 formulation. And of course, we all hope that our economic outlook will not be so uncertain or bleak.
Yeah. Speaking of sustaining, I guess, what is DME's long-term strategy for sustaining OST programming And how will this funding structure impact grantee, I guess, stability, especially for organizations who are like planning multi-year programming?
So, thank you again. This is a program that we care so deeply about. And as you know, the mayor, along with city council, has increased OST funding,
That's right.
rightly so, year after year. It is our full intent to ensure that we are making the best possible decisions across the program, across our grantees, many of whom were here earlier today.
That's right.
Who provide these sort of wonderful services. And so if it is the case that we end up shaving some of the overall budget as it sits in the financial plan now, we would do that in a way we hopefully that provides the least amount of disruption. And you
Okay.
could imagine it might be some slightly smaller dollar amount across many providers, which might be the best way to do it. But we'll look at the needs at the time. We'll work with
Okay.
council and others to figure that out. But it's our intent to sustain this vital program, especially as we see some other services across the city reduced. And therefore, the out-of-school time program
right.
becomes even more important.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that. Can you confirm whether or not the fiscal year 26 education cluster budget accounts for coverage of building use fees for community-based out-of-time school providers running programming at DCPS sites after and before school?
Is the question about fiscal year 26? So
Yeah, whether or not the fiscal year 26 education cluster budget accounts for that coverage.
it's a good question, and I will say there's some uncertainty about that, in all honesty. So we have seen this summer, for example, DCPS felt as though it wasn't able to cover some security costs and building use fees, which I think you must be referring to.
Yes.
And I'm very pleased to say that we've been working hard on that issue, and we're very close to a resolution that won't require providers to have to pay out of pocket for those expenses. We don't have a line item built into the 26 budget that does that, but I am hopeful that we will be able to provide some greater clarity to providers as the fiscal year starts about what the year and summer will look like in that regard. We understand that for many providers who are small, these are very significant costs, and they cut into their ability to provide slots and programming for young people. We also understand there's a mismatch between our requirements in the OST office of 5 days of programming and the ability of some of the buildings to be open over the summer. So we fully understand this and are working on this to find a resolution.
I'm glad you addressed that because that was my second question. So I'm glad that you fully understand that, and hopefully the sooner we can get the information to those, the sooner we get the information out, the more stability we're able to give and the more planning these organizations are able to do that give vital services.
Well, Dr. Lowe, the executive director of the OST office, is here with me, and I can tell you she is on top of this this issue and reminding us all of it on a regular basis. So we're working on it.
Wonderful. I have to ask this, given everything that's happening, what protections are currently in place across all of our out-of-time school program sites to ensure the safety and accessibility of participating students and families, particularly in light of concerns about immigration enforcement activity? Are there differences in sort of the level of type of protections provided at OST programs located in DCPS schools versus those based in community centers, libraries, or other non-school facilities? And sort of how are you all addressing those disparities across the spectrum?
So it's a very, I think, good and important question, and thank you for asking it. We understand the uncertainty and fear that has existed in many of our communities in relation to immigration under the new administration. And we certainly have worked with all of our schools to ensure that the kind of safety and security as an approach is primarily around how we're training folks to respond, making sure security guards know what the rights of the schools are, principals knowing they have a right to, and other points of contact, they have a right to legal review of documents that are submitted. And so that's what we've done across all of our public education facilities, and certainly similar work is done to provide that information at our rec centers. For community-based organizations that are housed in other community spots, community centers, maybe even out of doors, we're not providing any additional security or supports. So I'm not sure what exactly you have in mind. I'm very open to ideas on that front, but currently we've been basically providing all of this through our public schools, both charter and DCPS, and then within our recreation centers.
Okay, so recreation is in school. I mean, what I'm getting at is, as you know, Ward 4 is a large immigrant population, and a lot of out-of-time school programs are serviced at our schools, at our DPR centers, but some are at libraries and churches and other places across. So just wanting to understand, sort of looking at holistically at OST programs. How are we spreading out and make sure, the security concerns that might be addressed at a DC public school is also addressed at some of our other entities. So just continue to, monitor that, look on that, and be in communication with us about that as we communicate with parents and families who are obviously experiencing some anxiety right now. I wanted to ask about transportation and access coordination. I have to be frank, this is simply where I think we don't do a good job as a city. And I don't really see, as I'm looking at everybody's budgets, and for me, DME is the coordinator of all of this, and student transportation is still a major issue. And we have every other agency from OSSI, Department for High Vehicles, everybody's doing WMATA and those factors. I guess, what coordinating are you doing, looking at this budget and looking at the Better Bus Network that's changing right now? OSSI's making bus, transportation changes within their policies. What are you doing to coordinate across agencies, WMATA, OSSI, DCPS, and the School and Connect initiative to deliver an actual coherent plan for student transportation?
Thanks for the question. I mean, transportation is something we think about a lot and comes up in a lot of different circumstances. As you know, we did the DC School Connect working group study. We learned a lot from families about how that's operated. We are in regular communication with WMATA, particularly as related to school concerns, as I'm sure you yourself are. And certainly with OSSI DOT, which you'll have a chance to talk with them next week, we are very involved in the decision-making around any adjustments to the program as it impacts families. I am not currently doing anything that's trying to integrate, for example, DC School Connect with the OSSI DOT program. I'd be very open to ideas on what that might look like. When we spoke to the families that are served by DC School Connect, their issues were much more about timing, pickup, making sure the right kids had access to that program, their desire to work with the school. We didn't hear anything that related to a need to coordinate that better with the DOT programming, but that doesn't mean it's not real and doesn't exist. Similarly with WMATA, we typically hear from families and/or schools about disruptions to service or ways in which the service could enhance safety. And again, I haven't perceived that to be something that we have to look at in coordinating.
Well,
with
Better Bus is
DOT.
about to start. Inconveniently, you could say inconveniently or conveniently, whichever way you look at it. School is over when it's first starting, but then the first day of school is going to come and the Better Bus Network is going to be in play. And we're going to hear from families undoubtedly about new bus lines, et cetera. So, and whether those new bus lines actually service the schools and get students to and from school in the ways they used to, or in the ways, or those cutoffs. So I guess my ask really is sort of, I'm just saying to DME, I need you to double down here. I need you to get in the thick of this and really come up with a comprehensive plan and understand a mapping of transportation as it relates to students, with the Better Bus Network changes, with OSSI changes that have been happening, which I'm going to note in a second, and with the School Connect implementation across the board. Speaking of OSSI, and I will ask them this, but I want to know, have you been involved? What we've been hearing is sort of transportation needs for students. OSSI's changing eligibility for students with IEPs to receive transportation. And what I'm hearing from people are they're changing IEPs to just do less, to transport less students, even though more students actually need it. Sort of the numbers will look better because they're servicing less students. They're servicing less students because they're changing IEPs to only allow a small subset of students to have transportation. Have you been involved in these conversations about eligibility changes to OSSI's program? And what can you say to the parents of students with disabilities regarding those eligibility changes?
I would say, and I probably would say this quite adamantly, and respectfully, OSSI doesn't have the ability to change IEPs. Meaning there's no way that OSSI could rewrite IEPs or try to write transportation out of the IEPs that are produced at the school level through the legally mandated process. So I'm not sure where the concern's coming from. I know there are some changes afoot at OSSI DOT in terms of the way they're managing and running and administering the overall program. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing related to eligibility and what's written into IEPs, because my understanding is OSSI has no right to change or interfere with.
I guess they're part of the IEP meetings and
Council member.
what time? Oh, dang, I went around. Look, I'm turning than you.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
I'm learning practices. I gotta change that. Thank you.
I will say on that point, though, that OSSI has pointed out that their demand on the OSSI dot, it goes up with IEPs that maybe don't always actually require transportation.
Right, that's what I'm getting to.
And I think the poster child for that is Councilmember Henderson, who noted that, I think she has said this publicly, that her child who I think has like a reading issue, maybe. It's not significant, but they offered transportation. They, being the IEP writers, offered transportation. Yeah. Transportation is not necessary for that kind of a disability. So that's where that's coming from. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Mayor Kine, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'll just jump right into my questions. Given the significant budget cuts, how are you ensuring that the education agencies within your cluster prioritizing children with disabilities and our low-income families in your FY 2026 budget?
Well, thank you for the question, Councilmember. This is a very core part of the way in which we fund both our schools and our out-of-school time providers. And we do this through the very important components, as you know, of the universal per student funding formula. So we've got additional funding for students with disabilities, and we have been very, very fortunate to be able to invest more heavily into students who are designated as at risk over the recent years, and to develop the concentration weight for schools that have a significant proportion of students who are designated as at risk. We have continued all of that. Also, in our out-of-school time programming budgets and the way in which we score applications, we actually give extra points for students for programs that serve young people who have disabilities, and we also give extra points for students for programs that serve students who are designated as at risk. So we're continuing all of those practices.
Thank you. With OSSI's early literacy intervention grants cut by $2.1 million in FY 2026, what backfill strategies will you deploy in underperforming Ward 7 schools?
So for that grant in particular, and this gets into a discussion, I think, Councilmember, of some of the really tough choices and trade-offs that all of us in leadership are having to make this budget cycle. We took a look at the cost per participant, which was much, much higher than, for example, our high-impact tutoring programs. And so OSSI, in the mayor's proposed budget, has a program of $3 million for high-impact tutoring, which is, of course, higher than the ELI grant reduction, which OSSI took. But we think it's just a better and more effective use of the funding in order to promote literacy and math skills.
Thank you. How will you ensure that the new one-time learning recovery funds prioritizes tutoring and social emotional support in Ward 7, where proficiency gaps run 15 to 20% below average?
Councilman, you'll have to just share with me a little bit more about what that funding source is, and I'll be happy to answer your question.
Okay, I can get that information over to you. It's called the Learning Recovery Fund.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that, but we'll be happy to talk with you about that.
Sounds like a plan. Does your FY 2026 operating budget for the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education provide sufficient funding to maintain core programs, particularly after-school initiatives, from your perspective?
Well, thank you for the question. I would say if you're technically asking if we have sufficient funding to maintain the programs, the answer is yes. There's always greater need. So for example, one of the initiatives we're so proud of out of our out-of-school time office is our program to try to provide additional after-school programming at schools with the highest needs. And we have funded through our After School for All initiative 18 schools now where we've entirely cleared wait lists. And that's in Ward 7 and 8. And we're really, really proud of that work. So we know there are other schools that also have wait lists for after-school programming. And so with additional funding, we could do more. But I'm really pleased at what we've already done. And yes, we're maintaining all of that as we move into fiscal 26.
Can I get a copy of the list of Ward 7 schools?
Of course.
Thank you. Given the flat operating budget and slight decrease in FTEs, how will the DME ensure that core after-school programs are not impacted in terms of staffing, quality, or reach?
Again, another very, very good question in these uncertain times. And I know many providers and families are worried about this, but the mayor made a decision in her budget proposal to keep our OST funding at $27 million. And we believe that will be enough to sustain and maintain the programming that we have currently operating. There are obviously some additional cost pressures which we have to look at and think about, but we're confident that there will be no disruptions in the services that we provide anywhere in the city.
Do you think the FY 2026 budget will address disparities in access to after-school programs between Ward 7 and more affluent communities?
I think we already do our very, very best to account for, I'll just say, geography, using your framing, council member, as we do our scoring of applicants. So, for example, wards 4, 6, 7, and 8. If you serve students in those wards within our out-of-school time grants programming, you get additional points awarded to you in your application. So again, this comes from our needs assessment and needs analysis, which suggests that, as you are saying, that there are many young people in Ward 7, Ward 8, who actually have a higher need for out-of-school time programming than, for example, in some of the more affluent parts of our city. And we do try to account for that as we distribute the funding.
Copy. Are there partnerships being planned or funded in this budget to support community-based after-school programs in Ward 7 middle schools that you could speak to?
What kinds of partnerships, Councilmember, were you thinking of?
There's a number of community-based organizations in Ward 7, for example, Family Strengthening Collaborative on Benton Road provide wraparound services. You have a host of community-based organizations that offer recreational activities to children in the neighborhood. Those are some of the key organizations that come to mind.
Certainly, we do a lot of funding. In fact, we fund 150 community-based organizations through our out-of-school time office, and we'll be very happy to provide you a list of those that serve students in Ward 7, if that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Could you speak to any future plans for the Winston Elementary School campus in your FY 2026 budget or in outer years?
I don't think there's anything in the budget related to the Winston campus. I do know that it is the last remaining vacant DCPS property. I know that it has been vacant for probably many in the community would say far too long. And so we continue to actively explore ideas about what might be good uses of that. We've talked to many in the community about that same topic, but there's nothing in this budget that is related to Winston.
Could you speak to some of the proposed ideas that your office has been floating around that could go into the site or activate that site?
Well, we've heard from the community a number of different proposals and ideas, which will be familiar to you. Proposals for middle school, which we did some analysis on and didn't believe there was a need for. We ourselves put into a prior year's budget shared programming model for DCBS and public charter schools on the STEM side. We had thought also as part of that project to put an advanced technical center in the space, but those things were removed from the proposed budget. We've more recently been hearing lots from families, particularly during our boundary study, about the need for more dual language programming. And so that has been a topic of discussion with some advocates and community members. So those are some of the things that some of the conversations we've been involved with.
Could you speak to any plans to expand CTE programs, not only in Ward 7, but just across the district?
Yes, thanks for that question, Councilmember. We think our career and technical education programming is a vital part of our strengthened pathways work in high school and our reimagining of what high school can and should be. I will note that if you were a CTE concentrator in DC, meaning if you've taken 3 or 4 career and technical education classes in sequence, you have a 96% graduation rate. So we also know attendance is higher for our CTE participants than for those that do not. So in general, we believe that using high school as a time to create options and opportunities for young people is really, really important. We were thrilled that we're able to put a new advanced technical center in the Whitman Walker campus in Ward 8, and the ATC, as you know, council member, is open to any public high school in the city. Currently at our Ward 5 location, we have kids from 22 different public high schools attending. And the demand for these programs is very large. We got hundreds of students are expressed interest in our Advanced Technical Center programs for next year with only a couple of hundred slots available. So we know this is a very, very important part of our ecosystem going forward.
When we talk about CTE programs and making sure our young folks who are prepared for success, have you had any conversations with DOES's leadership, specifically how you can work with the Infrastructure Academy to create like a pipeline for graduates of the CTE program who might want to transition into the Infrastructure Academy program?
Yeah, we're very fortunate that Department of Employment Services is actually in our cluster, and we do see this as sort of a cradle to career set of pathways. We do ensure that residents, including folks coming out of schools, are aware of what we've got going at DCIA, the Infrastructure Academy, and the powerful programs they have there. So we're focused on that kind of set of pathways all over the city. And we are very, very focused on ensuring that what we provide will lead to a good paying job. At the ATCs, that includes our health services work and our cybersecurity. Same thing for DCIA.
Taking the holistic approach, whether it's a CTE program or the Infrastructure Academy, or even just young folks who want to jump right into the labor force in construction, have you thought about how you're engaging with unions to kind of create a pipeline for our young folks who may not want to take the traditional 4-year approach to going to college?
Yeah, it's a very, very good and important question, Councilmember. So thank you. The unions that have training provisions, so for example, the Carpenters Union is the sort of obvious one.
Yes.
We make all of that information available through our guidance counselors at schools.
Okay.
So in other words, these are programs that are open to any young person. We are close with Kunta, who's on the WIC board, who reminds us and makes makes everybody there, including the state superintendent of education, UDC president, and others who are there, aware of the programmings and trainings as they're coming up. And we have provided some partnerships with schools to the Carpenters Union. That's one example.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do want to be mindful of my council colleagues' time. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. So second round. Just to finish on where Councilmember Lewis George was, that I kind of stepped in on. I know that in budget formulation, the city administrator's office was looking at this issue of, I'll say, oversubscribing OSSI-DOT through these IEPs. Can't the government figure out a way of looking at this so that we're not, what does we mean? So that when these IEPs are written, they're not offering transportation, which is putting a demand and cost on OSSI when it's not really necessary?
So Chairman, thanks for the question. I will offer what I know. Of course, you'll have the state superintendent here next week, and you can pursue this a little bit more with her, and she and her team have done a lot of deep thinking about this. I would say, perhaps to be more responsive to Councilmember Lewis George's question and your follow-up, we certainly understand this as an anecdotal, I'll just put it that way, problem. We've heard it from many people, including Councilmember Henderson and others, even on our own team, have offered similar observations. From the state superintendent's perspective, from OSSI's perspective, there are only a couple things you can do about that. You could take a look at and review IEPs as they come in and flag some that seem non-compliant, meaning you shouldn't be offering transportation to students that don't require it because of their condition. So that's one thing one could do. You can't change the IEP, but you could flag those. Secondly, you could create an incentive system whereby schools would have to cover some of the cost of transportation for students that attend the school, and thereby they would not, they would have an incentive to ensure they were writing in transportation only for those students that actually need it. And that is, of course, the way this funding flows in many other states and jurisdictions where the LEAs actually fund the transportation for students with disabilities. So there are a few things you can do, and I encourage you to engage with the state superintendent about the proposed approach that she's working on.
Well, I will. I'm asking you because you're the deputy mayor for education. I just think it's incumbent on the government to look at ways of tightening up costs or spending. And there's something here. There's just been too many, as you put it, anecdotes. I maybe put it differently. And I think this is an area ripe for looking at tightening up our expenditures. My recollection is that OSSI dot has gone up significantly in spending. And I mean, significantly, like tens of millions. I saw something the other day. And we need to control costs. We just do. I mean, you've got one-time funding for OST. You've got one-time funding for pay equity. And we've got tens of millions and more dollars in OSSI DOT. And we make choices, and I think we can, I'm preaching. I think you touched on this, DCPS paying for out-of-school time provider security costs. You said that there's been work on that and it's nearing an agreement.
Yes, we've been working with DCPS and the OST office to see if we can come to some resolution. I can't speak about anything specific today because nothing is final, but we're working hard to ensure those costs do not get passed along to the providers. And I think we're very, very close to a final way of doing that.
I'm making a note. I think you said in your testimony that the budget includes continuing with the pilot, truancy pilot at DHS. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, and in fact, it puts it back at the funding level from the mayor's proposed budget last year at $7.1 million. So I think it's a $3.8 million increase of funding to that pilot versus what's funded for this year.
Do you know more about that? Why do we need to increase it?
Well, we are excited about the early results of that program, and we would like to expand the pilot to additional high schools and extend it to some middle schools as well.
So the 7.1 would allow for expansion?
Yes.
And why is there no legislative language in the Budget Support Act about this?
I am not aware that we needed to do that.
Well, the law requires that referrals go to CFSA or to Court Social Services to pilot. The pilot explicitly allows it for these 5 schools.
5
that
high schools.
They go to DHS.
Yeah.
I think it's more than, it's not just high schools.
In this year's pilot, there are 5 high schools.
And some middle schools.
No.
I'm the only one here who's got it wrong. Okay. When the mayor sent down the not the budget, there was a bill, and I can't remember it had a clever title to it, and it called for all the referrals to be going to DHS. That was for all 117 DCPS schools, as I recall. What's the thinking now? How many schools?
For the pilot?
No. Well, the pilot is to see if this actually works.
Yes.
So there's a future. Either it's going to be tanked or you're going to want more schools. So what's the thinking?
Well, we are trying to develop a whole new process and system of referrals to interrupt the kind of truancy cycle, as you know. And what we like about this is you're getting referred to DHS before you get referred to the court systems. And as I said, we're seeing what we think are some pretty exciting, promising early results from this new referral system. If it works, we would want to deploy this across the city to all schools.
Well, I think I'm going somewhere with that. So the 7.1 is for expansion to how many schools?
I don't yet know. We have to work that out with our colleagues at DHS.
Okay, well, and right now it's 3.8 million, you said? 2.8, 3.8?
The current number is what? TJ of the pilot. 3.8 currently. Oh, it's 3.2 this year, Chairman, sorry.
So 3.2 for 5 schools. If we scale that, doesn't that become like a really high number? For 117 schools, I was actually starting to do the math and got distracted.
I think so first of all, yes, it would end up costing more. And I would say in part, it would depend on who we decided to prioritize. What's the pattern recognition that we learned from the pilot? Are there ways to find efficiencies the way we're currently doing it? So right now, you can be referred into one of 3 categories, if you will. There are some students that just receive a phone call and maybe a visit home as a reminder that it's very important to go to school and what the consequences might be if you don't attend. And then that's enough. Others are given short-term case management, and that's where if the DHS caseworkers think there's potentially a single barrier to non-attendance at school or a single barrier to attendance, they can resolve that with a referral. The third category is if you need deeper case management, and this is where the young people are referred to the PASS program that DHS administers, and that's a multi-month process that involves the whole family and the young person. So it could be the case that you can find scaling and efficiencies in the first 2 categories. It could be the case that we decide to focus exclusively on the latter.
Well, sure, there are ways of designing it, but if the program is right now costing 3.2 million for 5 schools, I have reason to believe it's costing 3.2 million for 5 schools. That works out to $640,000 per school times 117 schools equals $74 million. That's a big ticket. And if I'm off by a little, it's still a big number. Correct?
Well, I think the math, certainly, I will assume your math is correct, Chairman, but I would say.
Use my phone.
I would say the math of your phone is correct. But I would share that as we look at how we want to expend our budgetary resources and we look at truancy as an issue that we want to address, we could make choices about what schools, what places, what population of students we'd want to work with. Right now, we're trying to understand if this is a good intervention that has an effect on truancy. And what we learn there will help us make decisions. I don't think anyone's suggesting we're going to spend another $100 million on truancy reduction next year or the year after. But at the same time, we know we need to be doing more.
Well, I don't know how far I want to go with this. You know that truancy is an issue that's important to this committee.
I do.
And I appreciate that you share the view that it's important. It's correct that the pilot is meant to figure out if this is working, but I think it's also, we have to look at the pilot is actually expensive if it's scaled. So, and maybe it's not fair to criticize what hasn't happened, but it could be very expensive, and I don't think that will be workable. Maybe there's nothing more to this exchange other than for me to have made that point.
And maybe for me to agree that cost is one of the things we're learning about from the pilot.
But I do think there's going to need to be BSA language.
Yes, we do need to work on the legislation, and we're hoping to do that with you.
Who in your office?
Marissa.
Okay. Does she know that, by the way?
Well, she does. She's the one who texted it to me.
Okay. Well, she should, your office should start working with us now because the BSA is going to be on a tight timeline.
Thank you.
And I understand from your testimony that the budget includes Not one ATC, but two ATCs.
That's right. The existing Ward 5 Advanced Technical Center is expanded. And in fact, there's some funding in the capital budget we're very excited about that will provide 2 community health clinics in that location that will be of great benefit both to community, but also to the students who attend and are studying nursing and other health science programs. And then secondly, there's funding in the budget to launch the Ward 8 Advanced Technical Center. As a reminder, we did receive $10 million from Bloomberg Philanthropies to get these things going. And so we're taking full advantage of that philanthropic funding while we launch the Ward 8 Advanced Technical Center in Whitman Walker.
I'm out of time on this round. This is the last round for you guys. I do have, as chair, some additional budget questions. Do you have more?
Yep, this is my last one.
Yes.
It's Friday. I want to ask about this. I know DOES is in your cluster, but also this is something that's important to education staff across the district. And so I just want to understand, Deputy Mayor, to your knowledge, has the DC Universal Paid Leave Insurance Program run over budget on benefit expenses associated with family caregiving or personal medical leave?
Run over budget?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, has businesses expressed financial hardship on account of their employees needing to take family caregiving or personal medical leave? And I'm not talking about tax rates. I'm talking about when an employee is out on leave and the employer is not required to pay them because the employee has access to our paid leave social insurance paid program, insurance fund.
You're asking if I have heard from employers about that being a hardship?
Mm-hmm.
I have personally not. I have also not asked DOES that question.
Yeah.
So I may not be the right person to ask, but I have not heard that.
I know, but because DOES is in your cluster and because this is something that has come to the attention of school staff, I guess as someone who's, has taken family caregiving leave and importance, I have more questions about this specific budget attack on paid leave for both government and private sector employees, for other agency directors, and every agency director I'm going to ask about this. But because you have DOES in your purview, I just don't understand how you all arrived to the choices you did regarding what I see as a gutting of the paid family leave program. And I hope that that's something that you all, well, we will be reconsidering it, but in the future, you will be reconsidering. The other thing I want to ask you about is, Deputy Mayor, I want to read back a part of your testimony, which says, investing in teachers is the greatest educational investment we can make for our students, allowing us to attract and retain top talent so that more students can benefit from quality instruction and supportive relationships that set students on the path to success. Help me reconcile this statement, a statement I wholeheartedly agree with this budget's decision to eliminate investments in our early educators in educator wellness grants and flexible scheduling. I am concerned that these cuts and out year, I think what I would consider out year gimmicks with pay equity fund once again prove to our teachers that I think our words are not matching our actions, and I think risk pushing them out of the profession and out of the district.
Thanks for that question. I think you and I share, Council Member, an incredible regard for teachers, the importance of teaching, the importance of raising up the craft of teaching is something that we honor and respect as a city, and we spend a lot of time and energy trying to determine policy solutions that will allow us to continue to do that. And in particular, in our pay of teachers. And as I think you are aware, we now have, for our public schools at least, the highest starting salaries in the country. So I think we're doing extremely well on that front. And again, I would make a distinction between what I think is the fiscal 26 budget, which is the actual dollars into schools and programs, versus the outer years of the financial plan. And in fiscal 26, we're investing heavily in our teachers, I think, in ways that make a lot of sense. We've got, tens and tens of millions of additional dollars going into teachers' pay and compensation. And in addition to that, in the WTU contract, we negotiated successfully, and I think rightly, for some additional flexibility in terms of wellness days for teachers at DCPS. When I walk into all schools, including some of our wonderful charter schools, you see all kinds of work happening, as you know, from your school visits with supports for teachers and teacher wellness. It is true that, again, one of the very hard trade-offs we felt we had to make this cycle was a reduction of some of our smaller grant programs, including the teacher wellness grant. The way that I square that is I think about it in relation to the other investments that we're making, in particular in teachers' pay and some of the other work that we've done with teachers. So it's a tough choice. It's the where we landed, and of course, you have the budget now.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you all had to make those assessments. I think what I liked about some of the smaller grants around flexible scheduling and educator wellness, these were the smaller programs were things that were done for teachers by teachers. And that by teachers piece is important because it really is their opportunity to say, this is sort of what actually wellness looks like to us versus what is given to them as sort of wellness days, but like, this is what we want to do. So we have the budget now, but I think it was important that, you know, those programs that were for teachers by teachers would be sustained.
May I make one just small addition? I would share that certainly at the schools that I've visited, the teachers are designing the programs outside of the context of the grants and programs. And where we have flexible work days across many of our schools, again, as you're very, very aware of, those have often been designed in concert with school leadership and teachers themselves. So I think it's probably, from my perspective, less binary, but I certainly take your point.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, what is your, I guess, DME's current assessment of agency readiness to implement the newly adopted boundary and feeder pattern changes ahead of school year 25 and 26?
I think schools are ready. I think we've made good progress on the implementation of the core components of the boundary study. And I think that we've done the communication, much of which is required by law. You've got to get notices out far in advance. So I think we're doing well.
To that point, what communication efforts have been made to inform families of how the new boundaries affect their school assignments, and what feedback has DME received in response to that?
So DCPS has sent out the required notifications. I think they have to go at least a year in advance. So where there were boundary changes, I know those notices have gone out. Be very happy to provide you separately with the dates of the communications, who they went to for which particular parts of the city, but we're adhering to the policy that we have, and we've done that. I have not gotten any specific feedback from families that have received notifications.
Okay. My next question was sort of, what challenges does DME anticipate during the rollout of these changes this fall, and what financial and operational resources are being directed to mitigate those challenges?
I don't anticipate any challenges that would bear costs due to boundary changes. I think that what we typically would anticipate is that, of course, some families are not happy about the newly designated schools that they have been assigned to. There were not that many boundary changes that we proposed during the boundary study, but there's no real cost associated with that because students have a right to attend a good neighborhood school that's just different from the one that they used to attend.
Got you. Look forward to, as this rolls out, receiving what those challenges will be and hoping that we are able to meet that moment for families and students who are going to deal with these changes. My last question is around capital and facilities planning. And I know it's different for each agency does it, but how are you all working with DCPS to ensure that new or modernized school buildings are actually aligned with enrollment projections, and that educational specifications reflect actual student capacity, particularly in high growth areas like Ward 4? And I'm asking that in context, and I'll talk to the chancellor about this, but I think DME needs to take a zero in on it, is because I have a number of schools who are going through modernizations right now, and the current modernizations are being made to fit the amount of students. On day one, they will be at overcrowding in several of my schools. Day one, based on how you are doing the modernizations, the number of students based on current enrollment patterns and where they will be, technically we will be at capacity. So what are you all doing to sort of help DCPS and sort of the broader strategy around overcrowding across the district in general to make sure that we're not wasting, it's not a waste of dollars, but that we are spending our dollars with fidelity and not creating an issue after another issue. For example, Ida B. Wells is a middle school in Ward 4, already at capacity, already overcrowded. Truesdale's being done. It looks great. I drive by every day. I'm excited for the community. They're going to be at capacity on day one. John Lewis, already at capacity. And even right now, Whittier is in the process of finally, hallelujah, for all of us, Whittier is in the process of their modernization planning. And their parents are saying the school is being built for a lower number of enrollment and they will be on max capacity on day one. So talk to me about, and as we are looking as a council as sort of dedicating tons of capital funding in different areas, I want to make sure that we are clear about our capital needs in this way.
Well, thank you for the question. My office is very, very involved in that. And in fact, we went through, at the same time we were doing the boundary study, a master facility planning project where we redid the current capacities of schools. We walked all the schools. We worked with DCPS on educational specifications to make sure that we understood the needs of specific schools. And we redid all of our projections on a school by school basis. And we work with DCPS and they take the projections into account as they do their planning. So I would, and by the way, we're not always accurate. So for example, Ida B. Wells and Coolidge are great examples of schools that are wonderful and are truly exceeding the capacities that I think we initially expected of them in a very, very good way.
This is a great thing, right? I want to make sure people are buying into our feeder system. They like our schools. It's because our schools are so great that we're seeing capacity. So I don't want to say it as a negative thing, but because this great thing is happening, I want to make sure our capital dollars are meeting the moment and being spent with fidelity. And right now, the way it is perceived to parents who are in the process, currently in the pre-process right now, we are setting ourselves up for failure in that regard. And that seems to be a pattern from Ida B. Wells to Coolidge. And I don't want it to be Truesdale, Whittier, John Lewis, and all these other schools that people are clamoring to get into. And we have to say to parents, oh, we don't have any space. And they're like, why do you have space? You just got a new building. Well, they didn't plan the projections for that is what we cannot have the answer be and what I'm asking you to zero in on and address.
You'll be very, very happy to take a look with you at the current projections that we have, which I believe are accurate, but you can't always predict the future, and look at the capacity that's being planned in the modernizations. So I'll be happy to sort of do that check.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairman. I sensed your excitement that another member showed up to the hearing. But good to see you, Deputy Mayor. I wanted to start with the top line funding for our school systems. As I brought up at the mayor's briefing, before we received the budget, we heard from the mayor that the administration was fully funding our education ecosystem. But when we looked deeper and after we received the budget, it was clear that there is about a 3.8% decrease in the UPSF starting in fiscal year 27, and that is the mechanism that we fund our schools. What I heard from the mayor was, well, when we get to fiscal year 27, we will address it and make sure our schools are adequately funded. Similarly, what I heard from Jenny Reed, the mayor's budget director, was, oh, well, it's the council's fault, and because of changes you made, we moved money out of the UPSF to DGS for DCPS school maintenance. As I brought up at the budget forum, that only speaks to one sector, DCPS, and not our charters. So can you clarify, what is the executive's position? Are you going to adequately fund both sectors starting in fiscal year 27, or should we expect this money to remain only slotted for DCPS and not our charters, as it seemed like Jenny Reed was suggesting?
Well, thanks, council member. You certainly won't hear me engage in any finger pointing, and you will only hear from me what the mayor has already reiterated, which is we will absolutely ensure our schools have what they need to adequately provide opportunities for young people. And as I think our history and track record suggests, we're very committed to equitable funding as well. So what I've been talking about a little bit here today is the idea that we're really looking at two different budgets. We've got our fiscal 26 budget, which is actual dollars into the next school year. And then we have the out years of the financial plan where we were grappling with a $1.1 billion deficit. And we actually looked everywhere and tried to share the pain of that reduction equally across all sectors. And education ended up shouldering about a third of that, which is about the proportion that we have of the general fund. So that's how we approach the out years. I'm sorry.
That the underlying principle I'm getting at is it the position of the executive that we should still fund both sectors equally?
It is the position of the executive that we fully support equitable funding of all our public schools. Yes.
Equitable funding of all of our public schools, but that doesn't mean that we should equally fund both sectors. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate, Councilman. I'm trying to share
what I'm getting at
policy
is
commitment with you.
What I'm getting at is based on the numbers in the budget today, the funding dedicated for DCPS outpaces that of the charters. And I'm asking if there's a commitment to equally fund our both sectors. What I heard you say is we want to equitably fund our schools, which is not a yes or no. So I'm just trying to clarify, is it the position that we're equitably funding all schools and treating them separately? Or do we still honor this commitment of equally funding both sectors?
Well, I would look at fiscal 26 and say there is a clear and deep commitment to equitably funding both sectors in fiscal year 26, which we have done, in particular through the charter teacher pay fund that we've established at OSSI, and through our increase to the UPSFF, which clearly flows to both sectors, and of course, the increase to the charter facilities allotment in 26. So I think what you'll see there is a deep commitment to equitable funding across the sectors. I also noted earlier.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I also noted earlier that there are a couple of line items that we take out of the DCPS budget because we don't think they adhere to both sectors, impact early stages. This current fiscal year, we took out stabilization funding as well because that was a law that applied only to DCPS. But in fiscal 26, we've actually put that funding back into the formula. So it does flow to both sectors. So we're moving, even on those couple of smaller line items, in the right direction.
I hear you. For those listening, I want to make it clear that there isn't equal funding, and that seems to be a shift that the executive is making, that we will not, based on the budget presented to us, equally fund both sectors. Now, if the argument is there are some inherent costs that DCPS faces that are different than charters, then so be it, but that's not what I'm hearing. I do want to shift to feeder patterns, and I know Councilmember Louis George was picking up on this a little bit. I have heard from a number of families at Lamb and at Mundo Verde and Stokes and others that in a couple of years there will not be spots at DCI for their children. In other words, there are no guarantees for these bilingual feeder schools into the DCI program. What work, if any, is your office doing, and what funding has been dedicated to think further about feeder patterns and creating pathways specifically for bilingual or multilingual schools? But I imagine that could any number of programs, Montessori and others, would be interested in these feeder patterns. What work, if any, is your team doing on that front?
So my team and work across city government and the public education ecosystem has long been working on this as an issue. It started with the cross-sector collaboration task force that identified this as an important area of work. And certainly in our boundary study that we just completed a couple of years ago, we have a set of recommendations which we have been pursuing, including encouraging DCPS to review its own internal feeder patterns and to think about the idea of east of the river establishing a more dynamic and robust dual language program. We've encouraged both sectors to consider cross-sector feeders And we've been involved in conversations with some of the schools that you've talked about alongside DCPS to think about what those kinds of things could look like. We don't have a proposal at this stage, but we are certainly looking at this because we know the importance of high quality, interesting
Yes.
programming for families.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think the one DCPS program east of the river is Houston. Is that right? In terms of bilingual education.
Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And I hear maybe at Tyler or what is now or used to be Tyler has another program. I would love to work with you on this as a number of Ward 5 families have lifted this up as an area of concern, knowing that in a couple of years there's going to be a dearth of opportunities there. I do know that there are other challenges, namely the number of seats that we have, the number of schools that I know your team is very mindful of. And so I just want to say I look forward to working with school communities, but also your office to address things on that front. I know the pay equity fund has already been raised, but I wanted to come to the child care subsidy program. That too was another program that was touted as being fully funded, but yet when we look at the numbers, it seems like there's a some $20 million gap. Can you just speak to the rationale of where you landed on funding the subsidies for childcare via OSSI? And I know this isn't necessarily OSSI, but I imagine as deputy mayor, you could speak to it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would encourage you to talk with the state superintendent when she's here next week because she'll be able to get into the details and the folks who run that program will be with her and I think you can get into specifics. My understanding is that if there is any reduction, it will not influence the number of students that we're able to serve in the program is how I understand what happens. So I think the puts and takes on that, I think you'll have to take up with them. But I believe there should be no change in the availability of this for families.
Got it. And I will use my last minute to focus on truancy. I really appreciate the work that the executive is doing, running this pilot out of DHS. I heard a bit of the exchange with the chairman, and I would just say, yes, costs are a factor, but there are also very high costs to young people not attending school, ending up in DRS and or dead, and not maximizing their potential. And so any work that we can do working together to ensure that we're not only scaling up this program, but rethinking our truancy approach, I welcome because the status quo is not working. In my last 25 seconds, my question would be, has your office a thought beyond this pilot about potential changes to our general approach to truancy, or is this your one and sole focus at this time?
I would say, first of all, thank you for the shared commitment to working on this problem. And I know we've had good discussions about this in the past, council member. No, it's not our only approach, but it's a very important one, as you know, because what we're trying to do is reinvent the referral system, which is a way of saying we got to provide additional supports to schools. We still believe schools are the ground game, if you will,
Yes.
of attendance and truancy reduction. And so we continue to ensure that schools are equipped in better and more holistic ways to work with young people. We've got work going on at Woodson, as you know. We're working with school safety teams in terms of getting folks trained up. We are certainly making sure we've got great teachers in our buildings to do this kind of work. And we continue to provide some supplements in the form of our nudge letters, which does reduce chronic absenteeism and gets more kids back into school alongside this pilot. So it's
Mr.
an
Chairman,
all
if
of
I could have
city, all of government approach.
15 more seconds and I'm done. I don't need another round. I would just say, starting this budget cycle, I would love for us to explore combining some of the elements from this pilot with the work that CFSA is doing. Just yesterday, we again heard that more than 5,000 referrals are being screened out, and that is no indictment on CFSA. They very much see their charge as pursuing educational neglect, and I think that is right. There is a need for someone to follow up, screen the many thousands of referrals that are happening. And I think DHS is the place to do it. And so this budget cycle, I'm hoping we can find some middle ground between your office, the chairman, myself, maybe even Councilmember Fruman to see what's possible. But thank you, Deputy Mayor, for sharing.
I always like when Councilmember Parker says just 15 seconds. 2 minutes later.
No comment from me.
You enjoying you had a UPSFF working group last year?
We did.
Can you share their final report with us?
Yes.
Have you released the final report?
I think the answer to that question is no. No, we have not. It is.
Why not or when?
It is complete, but we will make sure that you get a copy of it.
Why not release it publicly?
It will be released publicly.
When?
I am not certain, but I will follow up and find out.
So I'll write down will eventually release. That doesn't sound very good. You'll let us know when you'll release it publicly.
Yes.
The UPSFF working group identified a new, what is it, level 5? Why has that not been, why is there no effort to fund it here? And I'm assuming there's nothing in the financial plan that indicates it's going to be funded next year.
Well, I think, yes, so that is absolutely correct, Chairman. The working group worked hard on figuring out what to do to pursue this recommendation that came out of the school funding study that my office produced. So there was this idea that there would be a level 4+ or level 5 for students with disabilities. And the working group looked to see whether or not that should be paid on a reimbursable rate or whether it should just be included as a new weight in the formula. And they came up with a recommendation that it should be a weight in the formula. There are still many unanswered questions in terms of how you actually operationalize that in the system, including specifically and definitionally how you determine whether a student is eligible for or a school is eligible for receiving the funding based on a student's IEP. There are some data considerations where apparently we can't currently clearly identify in OSSI's data system what these levels would be. And therefore, we also don't know what the need is across the city. So we don't actually know how much it will cost. So that's all work we're undertaking now in order to be sure that we're ready for a recommendation about implementation.
Is that more broader than just level 5 or is that only about level 5?
This is just about the new, I'm just speaking to the new,
level
the
5.
idea of a new level. Yeah.
Okay, but nonetheless, it is a recognition that St. Coletta's is being underfunded.
Yes.
And there's nothing in the budget for that.
We actually don't think at this point, again, we know what the actual costs are and which students would conform to that. So it's our intent to solve whatever underfunding St. Coletta may be experiencing according to this specific category of young person through the formula as we make that recommendation.
Well, I will note that the council, at least the last 2 years, has added money to the budget for St. Coletta's. At least now there's a recognition that, a broader recognition that given their student body that they should be getting more funding. And so it's a challenge on the council that that isn't being funded in the budget. In the mayor's proposal is moving the DC State Athletics Association, which the council made independent in 2018 or 2019, and putting it back under OSSI. I'm assuming you're familiar with that.
I am.
I'm not clear why, since there appear to be no savings from that.
I don't think it's a cost-saving measure, but I do think it's an opportunity to bolster the work of the Athletic Association, meaning they will be more closely aligned with OSSI's Health and Wellness Division, which looks at this kind of fitness across the city, and they'll have some access to resources at OSSI that they currently don't have.
Like what?
I mean, for example, access to space that they could take advantage of, access to the kind of advertising and promotional work that OSSI does, some of the back office functions that OSSI has as a much larger agency.
Um, Let me ask you about the FY supplemental. My understanding is that your office is taking a $235,000 cut in the current year revised budget, the supplemental. Can you describe what the impact is?
For DME Maine, we are taking, I think it's primarily vacancy savings. And we have reduced some of our contractual spending and office supplies and things of that nature.
So that's pretty much the totality of it is 235,000 comes from vacancy savings, reduced contracts and office supplies.
Yeah.
There was testimony earlier. And I just want your reaction whether these numbers are correct. I'm grateful that the mayor decided to keep Keep in her FY26 budget, but I lament that the program is not being fully funded and that there is a $1.7 million cut to the program. And a little bit later, the mayor's budget, in the mayor's budget, there's a $5.6 million cut to the child care subsidy program. And then the mayor's budget also underfunds pay equity by $10 million. Can you react to those figures?
I found that testimony surprising. I think PKeep, we're trying to we're trying to sustain funding in the slots that are needed to keep the program going. So it wasn't clear to me that there was a reduction in that program.
So you're saying maintaining the services, but maybe didn't cost as much as was budgeted this year.
I suspect, given the enrollment declines that we have seen in our pre-K programming, that there may be some assumption that there will be some enrollment declines in the PKeep program as we've seen in our public schools. So that's possible.
Okay, what about child care subsidy?
I thought we were flat funding that at 70 million.
Well, that's pay equity fund.
Oh, I'm sorry, the subsidy? I think there again, it's a topic that is very complicated. It's worth taking up with OSSI. My understanding from them and from folks in the budget is that we are maintaining service provision for the same number of young people. And so I don't think there's a reduction in that overall program.
Okay, then lastly, I think this is it.
Do you want the technical budget note I just received about that?
Yeah.
It says it looks like it's a shift to another part of OSSI's budget, but it's not a true cut. So I think it's worth discussing with the superintendent. It sounds like there's some budget move there.
And that's with regard to
The subsidy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier today, there was testimony, and I'm going to read from it, and then ask for your reaction. While I have had cordial communications with Deputy Mayor Kine, his inability to make progress on a clearly problematic issue undermines my confidence in DME. The issue I'm speaking of is Chancellor Farabee's sudden decision to force Ward 3 families who just want to be able to send their children to kindergarten to skip this grade that is fundamental to the beginning of their formal education. These families have been needlessly traumatized by non-existent planning, lack of notice to parents, or pre-K facilities, and contradictory communication by Chancellor Louis Farabee and DCPS leadership. I'm not going to read the rest of it. I assume you're familiar with this?
I am.
Can you speak to it?
Sure. I've had a couple of, I thought, good and cordial conversations with Representative Goulet. I understand from having talked both to him, but to other folks, including the chancellor, that there are a number of families, a small number of families, but a number of families who are experiencing challenges with enrollment in terms of where they think their students should be. And I understand this is feeling really problematic for those families. We've actually spoken to some of them in my office. So what I would share is I do not at all agree with the depiction of Representative Goulet of the Chancellor and his actions. I think Chancellor Fairby, along with the rest of us, are simply trying to adhere to a very clear policy that we have on the books in relation to age cutoffs for students and what grade is appropriate for them. So we continue to work that policy. Principals at DCPS have discretion when students are enrolled to figure out if they think retention decisions need to be made or what appropriate services might be. And so we leave that very much at the discretion of principals. And I think Chancellor Fairby is really adhering to this policy as it exists. Representative Goulet has pointed out what he thinks are some policy inconsistency, I think, in the very early side of some OSSI childcare regulations. We've looked into some of those and we just simply don't agree with him. On the other hand, there clearly is potentially some room for some work that we could do together to create a little more coherence. And we're continuing to look and see what the facts tell us about that and whether there is work that we should be doing. So it's not that we don't have an ability to work together to resolve this challenge. It's just that I think at this point, we have a difference of opinion about what the policy is and how we're adhering to it.
This is a small number of families, and it's the families want to enroll their children in or child in kindergarten, and DCPS is saying no, or enroll them in first grade and DCPS is saying no.
I think the initial families that Representative Goulet is referring to, if I understand correctly, are families that want to enroll their children in kindergarten, but are being asked by DCPS school, in particular, this is at Lafayette, to enroll their children in first grade.
Because of their age.
Because of their age.
Because they're, according to the policy, too old for kindergarten.
Correct.
I'm looking to see, there are a few things you're getting back to us on,
Yes.
and somebody took copious notes.
Many people took copious notes.
I was referring to on his side, not our side.
Oh.
We, of course, took notes. I have no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
And thank everyone on your staff.
It's appreciated. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. It's 4:21. I think this is ambitious. 4:35. We will come back at 4:35. Thank you.
After summer? Are you? Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, they're doing that. Things I'm gonna touch on. I heard a lot from Tammy. Courtney's not going on holiday. Yeah. Easy come.
All right.
Yeah. Yes. Mike's.